Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Sheridan Sand Key here in beautiful Clearwater, Florida. Well, not so beautiful today. I'll tell you what, Mother Nature has thrown us a little twist right here. Welcome to the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross Championship, powered by Short Block Technologies and supported locally here by our good friends from Cycle Springs. And boy, I'll tell you, I had a great turnout there at Cycle Springs yesterday. As you can see how rough it is out there. For those of you folks that are listening at home, you know, everybody wants to come and visit Florida. Well, I'll tell you what, this ain't the season. Let me tell you, as you can see just how rough it is out there. The rider's going to start today with a Le Mans start. And boy, I'll tell you, conditions absolutely brutal out here. And this is actually makeup for Sheboygan, which was a couple of weeks ago. Let's take a look at who's starting out there today. We got boat number 105. He's the points leader, Christian Daly. He'll be joined by boat number 6, Devin Farthing, both of them on the Farthing Racing team. And look, here we go. We are off and away. We got Ed Worthy, also a formidable competitor out there. And as we take a look out, boy, I'll tell you, it is wild and woolly out there. You see Devin Farthing right there. Looks like Devin possibly with the hole shot. These guys are up, they're down, they're all around. And these are only racers that were signed up for Sheboygan. So this is actually the second race from Sheboygan, even though we're in Clearwater. So for those of you at home, if you have any questions, you know, please feel free to chime in on my Facebook. I'll try to get back to you in between the races here. And again, it looks like Devin Farthing with the hole shot, sponsored by the Monster Energy Farthing Racing Team. Again, this is a monster event here, too. We got some extreme athletes from the monster field that are going to be competing a little bit later today. And I'll tell you, they picked a bad weekend to come out here. You know, we got fishermen, we got a bunch of BMX guys, and I'll tell you, even our racers aren't used to this. Taking a look back in that second place position, looks like Christian Daly. Daly, again, out of Carmel, Indiana. He is also one of the Monster Energy Farthing Yamaha race team members. As you see him work his way, they're out there at the top or bottom left-hand side of the track as we view it here from Race Central. And I'll tell you, boy, I really appreciate the folks from Greenlight. You know, these guys have went over and above to make sure that everything comes together here for us, at least in the booth. And we're taking a look now. It looks like boat number 37. I think that's Tim Miller. Tim, another Monster sponsored rider, also sponsored by MTI Boats, as your racers come down the front straightaway and through the start-finish line for the first time. And it's Devin Farthing. Looks like he's got Daly right there to his inside. But again, this is a surf race. This is a complete different animal than what these guys have seen the past couple of events. You know, Sheboygan, a lake race. It was a little bumpy out there in Sheboygan, but man, it's full-on surf here. It's ridiculous. Lots of white water. You can see Daly right there, and Farthing going at it. Daly just overtaking Farthing. He's got about a 3 to 4 boat lead, but I'll tell you, anything can happen in this surf, man. It's absolutely pandemonium here. You know, right before we got started, for those of you folks that are listening in at home, we had like a complete rainstorm come through. Wasn't quite sure we were going to be able to get started with this one. We got some bad weather right back behind us. We got some weather offshore. I mean, it's crazy. And look at this, Farthing and Daly, both right there, side by side, rail to rail, and it's crazy chop out there. And Farthing made, oh, look at that. Daly finds some clean water, able to get by Farthing. If they are deck to deck, this is, I'll tell you what, this is high-speed, full-contact fiberglass warfare right here in Clearwater. And this is actually, like I say, the second race from Sheboygan. And, man, these guys are really tearing it up out there. And you can see Farthing takes a look over, wants to see where Daly's at. You know, this is where you really can't, you know, you can't pick a line and choose a line. You know, a lot different from motocross right here. You got the ever-changing track out there. And Mother Nature is not treating us nice. Meanwhile, Farthing now out of the picture. He would be on the top left-hand side of the screen if you're viewing it from home, but that's Daly that we're seeing in the center of the screen right now. And you can see the gap right there between first and second, probably about 3.5, 4 seconds when they were just deck to deck, you know, less than 10 seconds ago. So anything could happen. It's going to be crazy, 30 minutes plus a lap. You're watching Pro Race number 2 This is pro race number 2 from Sheboygan. We're racing the Sheboygan today, and then tomorrow we'll be doing all of the Clearwater events. So this weekend, really kind of like an Ironman challenge, or Iron Woman challenge. It's like you're going to be doing five different races, 30 minutes plus a lap. Long time to be out there on the water. I believe we're taking a look at Tim Miller right there, who's currently sitting in that third place position. Miller watching Daly and Farthing rip it up just in front of him. That is, again, Tim Miller, and he's on a GP 1800. If you'd like to pick yourself up a Yamaha GP 1800, you can do so at Cycle Springs Yamaha. That's right, located right here, conveniently in Clearwater for everybody. So going back out to your race leader there is Devin Farthing. Again, hails from Ackworth, Georgia, and currently a student, a senior at the University of Tennessee, Chattanooga. They had a little problem up there yesterday from what I understand, but glad DevDog was down here with us. As we take a look at Farthing on the screen right now, working right to left as we view it down that back straightaway, and there's nothing straight about that straightaway right now. Let me tell you folks at home, put your seat backs and tray tables in their upright and locked position, man, because you better be buckled in for this race today. Farthing, once again, sponsored by Monster Energy, Yamaha. And, of course, Farthing Racing, Jet Pilot, Jet Trim doing a little work for him as well. And you can see him headed toward the top left-hand side of the track as we view it from the beach here at the lovely Sheridan Sand Key here in Clearwater, Florida. Once again, the racers that are out there were only the racers that were signed up for the Sheboygan event. For those of you who may just be tuning in and don't understand what I'm talking about with the Sheboygan event, we were only able to get one of our pro races off and one of our amateur races off up there. So today is kind of a makeup day for the Sheboygan event. And I see, there we go. There is Eric. He's got a new nickname. His nickname used to be the Outlaw, but I understand at the writers' meeting this morning, he got a new nickname. It's called Dad Bod now. Eric Dad Bod Lagopoulos out of Sarasota, Florida, sponsored by Farthing Racing as well as Monster Energy and, of course, the Waterfront 2, the restaurant that him and his pops keep down there in Osprey, Florida. Great to see the Outlaw out here still representing after 3 decades of racing, man. This guy is a hard charger, and this is kind of his home water right here. He just lives about 45 miles to the south of where we're at right now, and this is what he practices on a daily basis. And, again, you can see the conditions out there, very, very choppy. The wind's starting to die down a little bit, believe it or not. And I'm telling you, what you're seeing on the screen right now really does not do this justice. Hey, hello. How's everybody doing? You guys aren't watching the live stream. You haven't been hearing what's going on up here. Hi, everybody. My name is Mike, and we are underway here once again. As you folks that are listening at home, we just got the live mic up here, too. Big shout out to our good friends that are doing the sound back there, man. These guys have been working their butts off. And obviously, we got some very crazy conditions out there. Your current race leader is boat number 6, Devin Farthing. And Farthing again on the Monster Energy, Farthing Racing Yamaha. And Daly right behind him on boat number 105. Daly came in as the points leader. Farthing, I believe, came in second. And as we take a look on the screen right now, we see one of our Sea-Doos out there, sponsored by JetX Racing. That is Jay Edworthy. Edworthy also up there in the top 5 in points. And once again, for those of you folks that are listening in here live, what we're doing is we're trying to talk about what's going on the screen right here for all the folks that are listening in at home. So if you hear me say something and you're not quite getting it, feel free to come up and tap me on the shoulder and say, hey, Mike, what you talking about, dude? But right now what we're talking about is Devin Farthing, Christian Daly, Tim Miller. I believe we're running 1, 2, 3. Edworthy working his way up in that pack from what we can see here on the screen. And right now on the screen, we're seeing Edworthy, and Edworthy is battling it out with it looks like boat number 616, Trey Williams. So Williams and Edworthy battling it out here on the screen. However, live time, we have Farthing still in the lead on boat number 6. Once again, this is the makeup race, one of the makeup races, rather, for Sheboygan, which happened just a couple of weeks ago. Rain and the fog kind of took us out of everything. And going back to the screen right here, Devin Farthing. Devin opting to go not with a wetsuit this weekend, going with the shorts out there. So you got Dev Dog out in front, Christian Daly on the 105 in second. Tori Snyder, boat number 110, has moved up into that third spot, just ahead of Tim Miller and Noah Skips, who is in fifth. So those are your top 5 right now. As once again, 30 minutes plus a lap. We're closing in on being done with about 1/3 of this one here. And if you're watching the screen right now, you can see Devin Farthing trying to tame the waves here of the Gulf of Mexico. You know, we knew it was going to be a wild weekend coming in. But we didn't plan on it being this wild. So, you know, so this is great conditions, I mean, for the racers. The racers really type to favor these kind of conditions right here, because what happens when you have conditions like this is it kind of takes, I hate to say the money, but it takes the money out of the equation. It takes the money out of the equation. And that's basically, you know, what is happening right here, because the simple fact is when you got waves like this and it's just so choppy, so surfy, that it's just absolutely nuts. And basically, this is a battle of attrition right here. This is what it is. You see Devin Farthing, he is your leader right now in this pro race, and he's looking to regain that points lead. You had a bad weekend when we started out in New Orleans, round number 1 of the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross, which is, again, powered by Short Block Technologies out of Clearwater, Florida. And, of course, brought to you locally by our good friends at Cycle Springs. And I believe that is Dev Dog now coming down the front straightaway and headed back out that chicane that is right after the start-finish line. That is where your race leader is at. Again, Farthing once again, followed by Christian Daly. You see the 105 coming into the picture now. So you got to, once again, I apologize. We're going through some technical difficulties here. Still got Farthing out in front. I believe Daly still in that second place position. As we take a look on our screen right here, we are taking a look at Tori Snyder. Tori on boat number 110 from just down the street in Bradenton, Florida. Once again, your top 5, Devin Farthing up in front on boat number 6. Christian Daly in second on boat number 105, 110. Tori Snyder, and then you got Tim Miller out of Waco, Texas. Back there in the 4 spot, Noah Skips coming all the way from New Zealand to be here with us. Currently sits 3rd in the points, currently sits 5th on the track right now. As we go back out to our race leaders here on the screen, you can see not too much distance between first and second place right now, Farthing and Daly. And they are up and in the water, out of the water. And again, it's a battle of attrition out there at this point. You know, I've always talked about, you know, it being a hat trick to pull a win off here in Monster Energy P1 Aquacross Series. And it really is. You know, it takes 3 different things. There's 3 different factors that you got to think about out here right now. And one is the boat going to hold together for 30 minutes plus a lap. That is one. 2, are you going to be able to hold together for 30 minutes plus a lap? Because it is brutal conditions out here right now. And, you know, to me, the thing that's always meant the most is you've got to keep your mental fitness together. You got to remember where you're at. You got to remember what kind of time is on the track. Once again, once we do see the green flag, we'll let you know that we've got 15 minutes plus a lap to go. That's when the green flag flies from our scoring crew. Again, your top five in first place, boat number 6, Devin Farthing. Monster Energy Farthing Racing Yamaha. And look at this, Farthing going past, getting through some lap traffic right now as he heads back out into the Gulf of Mexico, which normally is very tame. You know, I used to live on Anna Maria Island, just down the street from here, and you never see conditions like this unless there is a tropical storm or a hurricane nearby. And obviously, we just had one go. Aaron ripped up the East Coast, and I'm not sure what's going on over here, but we're getting some bad mojo from that as Farthing once again goes past the start-finish line. Daly's still right there behind him, waiting to take advantage. And you've seen them guys at the start of the race, man. They were side by side. They were deck to deck, rail to rail. And Farthing was just found a little clean patch of water and got a little bit of a jump on Daly here in lap number 1. And he really hasn't stopped looking back since. The yellow flags are up, obviously. It looks like we may have somebody down out there on the outside portion of the track. Farthing, Daly, Snyder, Skips, and Miller. Miller has slipped back to 5th, and Skips from New Zealand has advanced into that 4th place position. Once again, your top 5, all sponsored by Monster Energy. And how crazy is that? Oh, VJ has moved up into that 5th place position on boat number 116. So another Monster Energy sponsored rider has moved up. Oh, yeah. Thanks, Mr. Caldwell. I'm sorry, we're on the Gulf of America, not the Gulf of Mexico. You know, it's been a minute since I've been over to the Gulf of America. I've got to say that. You know, matter of fact, I haven't even touched the waters of the Gulf of America since it became renamed the Gulf of America. So, anyways, yeah, I appreciate that. You know, anybody that's got anything, you know, they want to shout in my ear, man. Hey, listen, I'm down with it. You know, it's great to be here on the beach with everybody. You know, normally I'm kind of, they put me in announcer timeout. You know, I'm in a hotel room somewhere, but I'm on the beach today, and today I kind of would have rather been in announcer timeout. I'm not going to lie to you. But, boy, I'll tell you, hats off to the sound crew, Al's team, and, of course, from Greenlight. And look at Farthing just airing it out, and you can see that bottom of that ski came down really quick, and he almost nosed in. But you see how calculated everything has to be here. You really have to be calculated, you know, calculating every one of these waves. Farthing, Daly, Snyder, Skips, and Vanjie Ramjeet has overtaken that 5th place position. Tim Miller slides back into 6th. It looks like we've got a monster sweep going on right here, right now, with Farthing, Daly, Snyder, and Skips, all racing for not only Monster Energy but Yamaha. Big shout out to Bryce, the Yamaha team, big sponsors here of P1 Aquacross, and we sure do appreciate their support as we polka dot our way across the United States. This is actually round number 4, but we're still doing some makeup races here from round number 3, which was in Sheboygan. We started off in New Orleans, went to Kissimmee, and here we find ourselves to Sheridan Sand Key on a blustery weekend. Farthing is your race leader. And I'll tell you, you know, the conditions here, for those of you at home, you know, you're taking a look on the monitor right now, and they don't really look that bad, you know. It looks like, you know, regular surf, you know, kind of just normal stuff. But this is the kind of stuff, I mean, if you folks have been to a P1 Aquacross race at home, this is the kind of conditions that you would see in Daytona Beach. You know, I mean, it is, you got a lot of swells, you got a lot of a crosswind right now. The winds are actually blowing out of the southwest at 24 knots. Yeah, I always wanted to be a weatherman. No, Lauren, it didn't say that on the screen. And everything you hear from me, by the way, folks, is unofficial. We let our scorers make the official calls, but we can tell you that that's Christian Daly on your screen right now, who is currently sitting in 2nd place. And, you know, I don't know how Daly is in 2nd place right now. for the simple fact that, man, there are no waves. I don't know if you know where he lives or where he's at. You know, Carmel, Indiana, Noblesville, Indiana up there. Man, there is no waves for literally hundreds of miles. But this kid just finds a way to come out and do it. He took a 2-year hiatus. Comes into this race right here, the points leader. But that guy right there, Devin Farthing, as he takes a look behind him, he is the one that is in the hunt. He is in the chase, currently sitting second in the points. And I'll tell you what, he is licking his chops right now, man. There is blood in the water here in Clearwater. Look at him airing it out, man. No problems whatsoever as he dives in underneath that red buoy, makes that left-hand turn. Devin Farthing, once again, as I pointed out a little earlier, for those of you folks that may not have heard, he's currently, I believe, a senior at the University of Tennessee, Chattanooga. We got to come up to his hometown, and he got to do a little racing there with his friends just a couple of weeks ago up in Knoxville. And you can see how wide he took that buoy right there. And again, it just reminds me of back in the day, watching guys like surf experts like Chris McCluggage and Devin's father, you know, Dustin Farthing. You know, watching them guys, the way that they would go around the buoys. Sometimes they're going to go a little bit long because the wave's breaking right there at that buoy. Sometimes they're going to stay a little bit short because the wave's breaking after the buoy. Again, you've got to be very calculated to come out here and to race 30 minutes plus a lap here in the pro class. Dev Dog, your race leader, followed by Daly, still holding on to second. And got a little bit of sea mist out there today. As we go back a little further there, and I believe that is Skips that we were taking a look at. Skips, who is just in front of Vanjie Ramjeet. Ramjeet, again, from the Cayman Islands originally, but now makes his home in Bethlehem Township, Georgia, trying to follow the New Zealander, the Kiwi, Noah Skips. And that is your battle that we see on screen right now for your 4th and 5th place positions. Still Farthing out in front as time keeps ticking away here. And this is the first race here in the pro class. Glad everybody could make it out here. You're taking a look at Ramjeet right there. And it looked like Ramjeet, I'm not sure if he just got past Skips right there on your screen as we're taking a look at it. It looks like Ramjeet may have just moved up into 4th place. We'll wait for the official call for that. But Ramjeet on a tear, and he's got 3rd place Tori Snyder right now, setting his gun sights. Once again, Tori sponsored by Farthing Racing, Monster Energy, and Yamaha, as well as Snyder Built Racing. Glad to see Troy and Miss Jennifer in the pits today, out supporting their kids. And just, speaking of supporting the kids, nobody supports their kids like Nicole Farthing. She is like racer mom of the century. And she is out here on the beach. And, you know, it's funny because she comes up with the results a lot of times before we come up with the results. So I don't know if she's got ESPN or what. But Nicole Farthing, big shout out to you, who is hanging out here. She's watching her son leading right now. Dev Dog currently in that 1st place position. Still got Daly back in 2nd. Skips has moved up into 3rd. Snyder slides back to 4th. Ramjeet on the boat number 116 in the 5th spot. And that's what we've got right now as we head toward the latter stages here. For those of you folks that didn't make it yesterday, man, we had a great time over at Cycle Springs. Let me tell you, Nick over at Cycle Springs, he is ready to bust out the deals this weekend. So if you guys like to check out some of the greatest products from Yamaha and Sea-Doo, they've got the Scarab dealership here locally. Cycle Springs are building a new complex here in Clearwater. Make sure that you support those who support the sport. Nobody does it like Cycle Springs Yamaha. Farthing, Daly, Skips, Snyder, Ramjeet, 1 through 5 right now. As we look at the tumultuous conditions here in Clearwater. Yeah, I don't normally bust out 4-syllable words here today, but today is one of those days, man. You know, everything's crazy. Anything could happen. You can see if you're watching on the live stream right here, there's a lot of, what we like to say, sheep on the bay, man. There's a lot of white caps out there. And you can tell just how rough it is if you are watching the live stream by watching the riders. They disappear in between those waves. as we are on board right now with boat number 6, Dev Dog, Devin Farthing. Again, who hails from Acworth, Georgia, currently sitting, I believe, second in the points after that first race in Sheboygan. Trying to chase down your points leader, Christian Daly. Daly still in second place. So right now, you know, Daly is your points leader coming into this. So Dev Dog, if he wins this race, the way that the points break down, it's 25 for first, 20 for second, then it goes down to 17 for third, 15, 13, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that is the way that the points break down. So Farthing can make up 5 points on Daly if he stays where he's at. But basically, Farthing is going to need a little bit of help. I see the white flag is coming out from our flag man over here. We are on the final lap. So one more lap to go. Dev Dog is in command. And he's got just a little bit of a lead over there. He's got Legopoulos in between him and Daly right now. You've seen the 361 pop up on the screen. So once again, back marker, Legopoulos in between first and second place. Again, first place still Devin Farthing. Once again, looking to get that 25 points, gaining another 5 on Daly. Daly came in with a fairly good points lead. I believe it was like a 20 point lead over Farthing. So Farthing's going to need to do this a couple times this weekend. And like I say, this weekend, you know, we can call it the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross round number 4 all you want. I'm going to call it the Monster Energy Ironman Challenge because, you know, you're doing 5 motos this weekend. You're doing 5. You're not doing just 3 like a normal weekend, 3 plus a lap. And they're doing 5 30-minute motos plus a lap. And, man, conditions are brutal here. So, again, it is going to be a battle of attrition. So, looks like Ramjeet has moved up in behind Skip. So, we got boat number 6. We got Farthing out in front. Skip's in second. Ramjeet in third. And Daly has backed all the way back to fourth. And Snyder rounds out your top 5. Thank you, Miss Lauren. As you know, we're delegated to a screen here, and I'm trying to keep an eye on what's happening live time as well. But I'll tell you, Skips has done a great job moving up through the pack. So is Ramjeet. So Skips and Ramjeet running second and third respectively right now. How you doing? JetX in the house out of Canada. My good friends from jetx.ca. Fastest guys on Sea-Doos you'll find out here this weekend. As we are on the final lap and less than a quarter lap to go for that guy right there. Dev Dog, Devin Farthing, Monster Energy, Farthing Racing, Yamaha team. Man, these guys, they brought out what a great show they put on, even in the pits. I mean, they're putting on a great show here in the water. As if you take a look, you know, your top 2 are both from that team. I believe 4th and 5th are also on that team. Ramjeet, a privateer out here, and he is paving the way. The checkered flag coming out for Farthing right now. Skips coming through in that second place position. Congratulations, Noah Skips. Skips coming in third place in the points, so he's going to be moving on up. And again, Ramjeet coming through in that third place. Fourth place going to be, I believe, Tori Snyder. T-Dog in the house, another one of the Monster Energy racers. Miller also, I believe, riding up there in the top 10, another Monster guy out of Texas. So once again, that's going to do it. Congratulations going out to Dev Dog. Skips taking second place. Vanjie Ramjeet unofficially in that third place position. That's the way that we calculated it up here at announcing. We hope your results were very similar, folks, on a very, once again, wet, wild, and windy day here in what is normally beautiful Clearwater Beach. But, you know, I'll tell you what, you got to throw in a little hot sauce, man. If you don't throw in a little bit of sauce like this, you know, we didn't want to see a high-speed track out there today. We wanted to see a little bit surfy. You know, if we could just get rid of the air conditioner or the wind, the wind tunnel that we're in here, we'd be in great shape. Hope everybody's having a magical Saturday morning out there. You know, I'll tell you what, it's definitely magical here. Like we we kind of rubbed that lantern, and then Jeannie come out, said, "What you want today, Mike?" And I said, "I want a little bit of surf today." How we doing, Talon Farthing? Skylar Ramjeet, how you doing? Lots of our great friends in the house that are walking by, and there's Adrian Wilson that is on the screen right now. You can see all you folks back in the UK. So here's how it shook out. We had Farthing on the top spot. Noah Skips taking a second, 116. Vanjie Ramjeet in third, 105. Christian Daly in fourth, and 110. Tori Snyder, Slugger Light, in that fifth place position. Those are your top five. This is the provisional top five. They are going to have to come in and face the lie detector. That's right. We're going to talk about Adrian Wilson, who is standing down here. They got to come in. They've got to pass their safety inspection now. And I'll tell you, just to be out there for 30 minutes plus a lap in those brutal conditions, and literally, folks, I mean, right before we got started with this race right here, because I know that we weren't on air then, I mean, it was just, the rain was coming down sideways. It was absolutely crazy conditions. You can see Devin Farthing right there, giving Pops the thumbs up. He's like, "Yeah, Dad, we came here, we saw, and we conquered." So this is actually only the second race from Sheboygan. We got another race that's going to be coming up in the pro class a little bit later this afternoon for all of you race fans that are here with us live. We got Skips and Farthing. You can see them both on the screen right now. Having a Starbucks moment out there, talking about how they made it through these crazy conditions. Once again, here's your schedule for today. We just finished the first race. Second race is going to be going on about 11:15. It's about 30 minutes for those of you folks that are listening in at home. 12:30, we got the Monster Aquacross Challenge. You guys are definitely going to want to check this out. We got a fisherman going up against a bunch of BMXers. That is going to be the gnarliest race of the day, especially with these kind of conditions. If these conditions stay the way they are, I'm telling you, it's going to be ridiculous. 2 o'clock, we got the Aquacross race number 2, Pro Enduro. The third and second race, rather, for amateur enduro. A third race from Sheboygan will be at 3 p.m. And then we've got the Monster Energy Aquacross Challenge race number 2 at 4 p.m. Again, Monster Aquacross Challenge, for those of you folks that are listening in at home, we've got, I believe, 3 BMXers, 1 professional fisherman, all sponsored by Monster Energy. Never raced jet skis before. That is going to be amazing in these conditions. So once again, folks, I hope you all packed a lunch. We are live here from the Sheridan Sand Key. Once again, you're watching the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross, powered by Short Block Technologies and fueled by our good friends at Cycle Springs. As Farthing goes out with the checkered flag, he's trying to unravel that daggone thing right now. It gets wet, kind of gets a little sticky, but he's got it out now. There you go, folks. Tell you what, we're going to take a short break here at announcing, and we'll be back here about 11:10 or so with our amateur enduro race. My name is Mike Young. We'll be right back after these messages.
Rain's starting to come in. Wide now, Sam, I think. Not yet, give me 45 seconds. Come on now, Sam. And then let Mike go and then start.
Great day. Alrighty, folks, welcome back to the Monster Energy P1 AquaX round number 4. Once again, we are powered by Short Block Technologies from right here in Clearwater, and of course fueled by our good friends at Cycle Springs. Monster Energy P1 AquaX Championship, we're getting ready to go with our first amateur race of the day, and boy, we got some gnarly weather coming in from the south right now. I'm outside looking at a monitor. I'm seeing the same thing that you guys are seeing. Let's take a look at our starters here for this one here. 193, Cooper Caldwell. He comes in as the points leader. Garrett Lofton, boat number 114. We got boat number 45, Michael Bouchard, who lives just down the street in Bradenton, 174. My good friend Klein Glidden out of the Cayman Islands, boat number 333, Josea Acosta. We got boat number 176, Valentina Liscano. 828 is Shelby Warman. 38 is Michael Northrup. 917, Nathan Dolly. Glad to see him back. He had a little incident in Sheboygan. We have boat number 82, Jonathan Dent. Boat number 908, that's Rafael Acosta. Boat number 59, representing the 200 class, that's Caden Baldwin. And also representing the 200 class, 706, Noah Dolly and Baron Marinick, who will be on boat number 297. Marinick, a newcomer to racing this season, and he has really come a long way in a short time, folks. And you can see the conditions here as we take a look out at the Gulf of Mexico. And again, these conditions not reminiscent of the Gulf of Mexico. This place right here is normally calm. It's clean and green, and this is one of the most beautiful places in the world. Matter of fact, I think Clearwater Beach was actually named the #1 beach in the world this year by TripAdvisor. But today You know what? Things are just a little bit different. We take a look there at Michael Bouchard had that yellow helmet. That's Klein Glidden. Conditions 87 degrees out here. It says winds are 8 miles an hour and the seas are at 5 feet, but I'm going to say the winds are probably close to double that. And the seas, I'll tell you what, it's 5 feet in some places. It could be 6, 7, 8 in some other places. As you'll see these skis disappear in between the waves. And for those of you folks that are listening in at home, we sure do appreciate you listening to the live stream here with the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross round number 4. This is our second makeup race, for Sheboygan this weekend. And basically, if you weren't listening to me during the first race, this is what I'm going to tell you is we only had one race up in Sheboygan. So today, we're making up those 2 races that we didn't do in Sheboygan. And tomorrow, 3 races for both classes. So we have got a full schedule. And you can just see how dark it is there in the background, folks. You can see, that Mother Nature is trying her best not to cooperate with us as I believe we are on the 3rd and final sight lap here before we get started. They're going to bring them in, and we're going to have a Le Mans start. And for those of you folks that didn't watch first race, Le Mans start, the racers basically, they start on the beach, and we have an air horn. When they hear the air horn, they take off, jump on their boat, and stick their lanyard in. Now, herein lies the issue. I'm all in favor of Le Mans start. I like Le Mans starts. I think that, I think it's a fair start for everybody. But in these kind of conditions right here, the problem that I seen with the first race, and that is the holding of the machines. I mean, you've got to have some massive holders out there. You got to hire Sasquatch, to be on the team, to hold your boat in these crazy conditions that we've got here on the beach today. So once again, glad everybody could listen in and check us out. With 30 minutes plus a lap. This is amateur race that is coming up next. And again, while we have the opportunity, I'd like to say a very special thanks to Nick and all the great folks over at Cycle Springs. We went there a little bit earlier, and the angel tears are starting to fall here in Clearwater right now. And when I say that, that means that the rain is coming down, and we're going to race through the rain. However, if there is lightning, we will have to stop for 30 minutes plus a lap. And we don't want to see a retake of what happened in Sheboygan, especially during the makeup of what we're doing for Sheboygan. So, anyways, we'd like to say a special thanks to all the fine folks here at the Sheridan Sand Key for rolling out that proverbial red carpet for all of us here that came from far and wide to be here. And again, the racing that you see today are just for racers that had signed up for the Sheboygan event. Tomorrow we'll be doing 3 amateur races and 3 pro races. And I'm sure you can hear that in the background. That makes me miss my little Pekka at home, too. It's a dog-friendly beach here, and we all love our fur babies, that's for sure. Okay, now I'm going live. I was just talking to everybody at home. Now all of a sudden you guys get clued in. How's everybody doing out there? You guys doing all right? We're just dodging a couple raindrops here. And again, we're going to race through the rain. The only time we'll stop is if we see lightning out there. Again, the schedule, we got this race right here was actually slated for about 2 minutes from now, which, hey, we're running right on time right now. And we've got the Monster Energy Challenge. That's right, man. We got 4 incredible athletes from different sports that are going to be out here racing jet skis. And I'll tell you what, that's going to be the funnest race of the day. I don't care what anybody says. I enjoy our amateurs. I enjoy our pros. But watch these Monster Energy athletes that are going to be out there and not used to racing jet skis, let alone racing in these types of conditions. So once again, the amateurs are coming in. They're trying to get their holders all dialed in. You really, it's not even you have to be dialed in as a holder. You have to be anchored in as a holder this weekend. Again, conditions very. This is kind of Daytona Beach right here. This just kind of reminds me of our Daytona Beach conditions. This is never something that you see on the west coast of Florida. As I stated a little earlier today. I used to live about 25 miles south of here, and you never see conditions this rough unless there is a tropical storm or something crazy in the area, and that's the conditions that we're seeing today, and the conditions that these riders are facing today. And you can take a look for those of you who are watching in on the live stream. You can just see how rough it is out there for these holders, getting bounced around as the riders come to bring in their boats. I'll tell you what, if you came out this weekend to be a holder, you're earning your money this weekend. You are definitely earning your play check. And that's what we do. We call it a play check. It's not a paycheck because look at what we do for a living. It's a play check. We out here having fun. Well, again, getting ready to start here. Going to be 30 minutes plus a lap. As you can see, the difficulty these holders are having, at least on the screen here. I believe that's Glidden's boat that is being pulled up right there. I see that's Cooper Caldwell's boat. Boat number 193. He's the guy with the bullseye on his back this weekend. Comes in with over a 30-point lead over second place. Cooper Caldwell, again, out of Texas, racing on the Gulf of America. Right, I apologize. I made that mistake a little bit earlier. I called it the Gulf of Mexico, and I'm like, that's right. We got a new president. It's the Gulf of America now. And I love it. I love that fact, I'm a former Marine. So, anything America to me is all right. As we get set to go here, once again, Cooper Caldwell, boat number 193, 38's Michael Northrup. Glad to see Northrup back out here, man. He got hurt in Sheboygan. Glad to see him back out here. Glad to see him healthy again. Currently sits second in the points with 94 points. Garrett Lofton third in the points with 90 points. 175, Yaniel Fialo with 82 points sits in fourth, and Nathan Dolly, who also got injured in Sheboygan with 77 points. He's currently in the fifth spot. Michael Bouchard, 75 points. Boat number 45, boat number 281, Armando Martinez with 71 points, 174. Klein Glidden with 60 points. Valentina Liscano with 60 points on boat number 176. Are only, one of two females that are out here racing in this class today, 469. Dominico Barilla also sitting in the top 10 with 54 points. So those are your top 10 in points right now. As we are just about locked, cocked, and ready to rock and roll from the Sheridan Sand Key. Once again, you're watching the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross round number 4, powered by Short Block Technologies and fueled by our good friends at Cycle Springs. There we go. The whistle's off, and we are off the way. Caldwell having some problems. There we go. Caldwell now fired up, and Caldwell with a huge hole shot right there. So Cooper Caldwell, he's showing you why he's got the bullseye on his back coming into this weekend as your points leader here in P1 Aquacross. Monster Energy P1 Aquacross Championship here from Sand Key. And we're taking a look on screen right now at Michael Bouchard, who hails from nearby Bradenton, Florida. Makes his home at Russo Marine down there in Sarasota. And you can see, I believe that's 174, Klein Glidden, that found a little bit of clean water right there. But it's Caldwell in the lead as we take a look out here at the top left-hand side of the track as they circumnavigate the track and work their way back toward the shoreline. They are on the southwest side of the track as we view it here from announcing. And again, we are toes in the sand today. No sitting in the hotel room, air-conditioned, weather-controlled stuff. No, man, we're out here on the beach, and we're kicking it with all the racers. Special thanks to the Green Light TV team. Of course, our friend from Owl's Sound back behind us here, making us sound good. What's going on, fellas? How's my DJs doing? You guys doing all right back here? All right, they ain't listening. Y'all heard me, though, right? I was going to say, is this thing working? Come on now. Hey, what's that? That's Darren. Oh, that's Garrett. Okay, got you. Now I got you. See, you give me a number. I've got Skylar Ramjeet down here. She's talking to me on the beach. She's like, that's Garrett that's out in front. Well, I'm just seeing what I've got here on the TV screen, so I apologize, Miss Schuyler, but that is Garrett Laughlin that grabbed the whole shot. Remember, we talked about Garrett just a couple minutes ago. Garrett had he's currently actually sitting third in points, so these points could really help him out. Again, this is race number 2 from the Sheboygan race. Again, racing 5 times this weekend, 30 minutes plus a lap. And for those of you folks that are watching the screen at home, the 30-minute clock did not start until they went past the start-finish buoy. So we still have over 29 minutes plus a lap to go. Garrett Laughlin, your current race leader, as he takes a look behind him. Now, I don't got a whole bunch of info on Garrett, so if somebody wants to come and yell in my ear, I would love for that to happen. I know that, like I said, he's sitting third in points behind Caldwell and Michael Northrup. Northrup got injured in that first race or that last race in Sheboygan. Glad to see him and Dolly. Nathan Dolly was also involved in that incident. So it looks like Caldwell back in second place, Laughlin in first. As we see Cooper Caldwell, who is your points leader, once again with a 30-plus points lead coming into the weekend. We're taking a look back there at that third position. That's Klein Glidden. Klein riding for the Monster Energy Farthing Racing Yamaha team. And also racing for, he's out of the Cayman Islands. He's also racing for the Harborview Apartments. And I know a lot of you that may be listening in are Facebook friends of mine. And you see those pictures I take from the Cayman Islands. You see those beautiful pictures I post up on Facebook. That is right out the door of the Harborview Apartments, which they are so nice to let us utilize when we're down there for the Seawood Tour, which is the Cayman Islands Watercraft Association. They just finished up last weekend. And Klein was first place, I believe, in points coming into that weekend. And unfortunately had a bad weekend, had a tough weekend, ended up, I believe, third overall with the Seawood Tour. Currently sitting third right now here at P1 Aquacross, brought to you by our good friends at Monster Energy. Once again, special thanks to all of our friends at SBT. And we're taking a look online right now at Caden Baldwin, boat number 59. He is your current points leader, and he's got a massive points lead in the 200 class. So here in the amateur division, for those of you folks who might be first-time spectators out there, we've got 2 divisions that are actually racing against each other out there, the 300 class and the 200 class. Now, the 300 means 300 horsepower, the 200 means 200 horsepower. So 2 different classes, but they are scored separately. And you can see Caden Baldwin out there flying the Stars and Bars. He is out of Sherrills Ford, North Carolina. And he is sponsored by Champion Power Sports, as well as Dave Bamdis and our good friends at Riva, which are also sponsors here of the P1 series. So it looks like Baldwin right there. He's actually with Glidden right there. So he's in the 200 class, passing a 300 rider. You can see him side by side right now, deck to deck. And Baldwin has to hit the brakes just a little bit, and Glidden rather able to power out of some trouble right there. But that's a 200 boat going against a 300 boat. But let me tell you something. In these conditions right here, it doesn't matter if you have a 200 or a 300. It matters how you ride. And Baldwin, again, coming from Sherrills Ford, looks like he just came off the pace a little bit. I'm not sure if he came off the boat or not. That was on the top right-hand side of the screen as we are focused in on Glidden right now. Glidden currently sitting in that third-place position just behind Caldwell, who is on boat number 193, and Garrett Laughlin, who is on boat number 114. He is your race leader with 25 minutes and 30 ticks left on the clock. So lots of racing to go here. We've got weather, crazy weather. Jay Edwardy, how you doing? The chicken man in the house. We've got crazy weather happening right here in Clearwater. Like I say, I used to be from this area, moved away about 6-7 years ago, but you never see the Gulf of America look like this. I'll never make that mistake again. I love it when I get corrected because, I'm so full of myself being right all the time. But I appreciate Mr. Caldwell bringing that up. That we're racing on the Gulf of America today, and I believe this is the first race that P1 has had on the Gulf of America. You know, going back to history, we used to race on the Gulf of Mexico a couple of years ago. Now we're on the Gulf of America. Fantastic. As we take a look at your race leader out there, Garrett Lofton, boat number 114 in first place. Right behind him, Cooper Caldwell, boat number 193. Steady Eddie right there, man. It's consistency that builds championships. Klein Glidden in the third spot. Michael Bouchard, originally from Connecticut, now making his home in Bradenton, sitting in the fourth spot on boat number 45. And Mike Northrup on boat number 38. He started out in second. Got to wonder if that injury may be bothering Mike or not. He is currently sitting in that fifth place position. Again, it's Lofton in front, and if you're taking a look on screen at the live stream right now, that's what we're focused on, Garrett Lofton. And I believe he runs with the Canadian team, the Jet X crew. Ryan Dolly's team, which them guys have been doing great. Nathan Dolly and Noah Dolly is representing in the 200 class. Nathan and Mike Northrup coming together in Sheboygan, both of them getting injured, having to take a trip in the ambulance, the meat wagon, and glad to see both of them back out here just a couple weeks later. And you know, it's crazy because I see Nathan Dolly. We got Caden Baldwin, Noah Dolly, and Baron Murnick 1, 2, and 3 in the 200 class. For those of you that are watching the live stream, we're focused on Baldwin right now. But to see Dolly and Northrup come together and take a trip in the meat wagon, and then come back the next day. Even though they didn't get a chance to race, Dolly was lined up to race. I'm like, this kid is crazy. Yesterday, we're interviewing him. He's on crutches, and then he's lined up for a Le Mans start, the following day. But I'll tell you what, hard chargers nonetheless. This is their makeup race, and luckily for them, they're both able to make both of these two races up. And again, we just had some horrible weather as we take a look here in the 200 class. It looks like we've got Marinick. I believe that's 70. I'm sorry, Dolly is out in front now in the 200 class, followed by Marinick in second, and Baldwin has slipped back to third. And when a couple of laps ago I said that Baldwin looked like he came off a ski, he must have come off or at least pulled a lanyard or something, because Dolly, now your leader in the 200 class on boat number 706. Marinick in second on the 297 and 59. Caden Baldwin in that third spot. But you know what? Baldwin's okay. I'm going to say this for those of you folks that might be listening at home that might be Caden Baldwin fans. Baldwin's okay. He came in with a 30-plus point lead into this one right here. And, again, this is one of the makeup races. This is actually race number 2 from Sheboygan. Race number 1 for the weekend here in Clearwater for the Monster Energy, what I'm calling the Ironman Challenge this weekend. 5 30-minute motos plus a lap. We're going to see who ate their Wheaties, who went to the gym, who's been hanging out late at night with me. Well, that would be Adrian. He's only the tech guy, so we're in good shape. So again, just over 21 minutes still left to go in this one. As we take a look at Baldwin right there. But going back to the 300 class, Garrett Lofton, boat number 114, still your race leader. And boat number 193, Cooper Caldwell in second. Glidden in the third place position on 174. Bouchard in fourth, and Northrup in fifth. So no lead swapping here for the last couple of minutes. And Lofton right now with the bullseye on his back, and Cooper Caldwell looking for some target practice right now on boat number 193. Once again, Cooper Caldwell, sponsored by Monster Energy, as well as Caldwell Racing and MTI Boats. Great to see the crossover sponsorship there between the P1 Offshore and the P1 Aquacross. I'd like to say a special hello and welcome to all of our great race fans out there. Boy, I'll tell you what, you guys going through the weather just to get here. I'll tell you what, you're champions in your own right. As we go back on board with Caden Baldwin, boat number 59, currently sitting third in the 200 class, your points leader in the 200 class. Once again, we started several months ago in New Orleans, and then we stopped in Kissimmee. And it looks like in the 300 class, or actually It looks like Baldwin has come back. So Baldwin has come back up into that first place position. That's what we're getting from scoring right now. Once again, my name's Mike, and I'm hiding behind a monitor in announcer timeout. So we got Baldwin back up in front. Now Dally has slipped back to third. So just a complete reversal of what we had just 2 laps ago. So Caden Baldwin, boat number 59, is your race leader in the amateur 200 class. Baron Mernick, who is also on the Caldwell Racing Team, boat number 297, sponsored by Monster Energy, and Noah Dolly in the third spot, sponsored by JetX on boat number 706. So that's the way they stack up. Only 3 riders here that were signed up for the Sheboygan event. That's why we only have 3 here in the 200 class today. The 200 class tomorrow will be it should be a lot busier, as these were the only 3 riders that had signed up for the Wisconsin race, which happened just 2 short weeks ago. And for those of you folks that weren't there, I'll tell you, you missed a great party on Friday night, man. I'll tell you what, that P1 offshore party was something else Friday night in Sheboygan. I know Charles will tell you that. Charles Gouchard, who's here with us today, one of the photographers to the stars. But, man, we had 50,000 people strong at the party, but then the fog came in, the lightning came in, and we just had some just gnarly weather up there, and was only able to get through a couple of races here with the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross Series. Only a couple of races with the Monster Energy P1 Offshore round number 2 of the Monster Energy Cup. Round number 3 going to be coming up, I believe, just in about 2 weeks from now. We're going to be invading the St. Pete Pier, and we'll have not only the personal watercraft, not only the P1 Aquacross Series, but we're also going to have the P1 Offshore Series. So if you like the offshore boats, that's coming up. The Monster Energy Triple Crown, that is going on in just 2 weeks from now at the St. Pete Pier. Make your reservations early, folks, because it does get crowded. And make sure you get them VIP passes in. Looks like I see the green flag here on my left-hand side. I'm seeing 17 minutes, 42 seconds plus a lap on my screen, but I'm seeing the green flag. And what the green flag normally means is that the race is halfway complete. Now, these races are 30 minutes plus a lap. So I'm not sure if we've just shortened. Yeah, okay, so we may have shortened the race, but I believe only 15 minutes plus a lap to go as the green flag goes back in the holster of Clint Eastwood's Spaghetti Western here on the beach. So once again, not ideal conditions here today, but I'll tell you what, if you're going to have an equalizer at a P1 Aquacross race, this is what the privateer wants. You know, they're looking at these conditions right here. This is what the privateer wants. And you know why? Because they ain't got the money to spend on all the goodies, you know, as they would say in England, all the good bits. You know, so what's going on here is that the weather is actually playing kind of an equalizer. And we got some bad weather coming in from the south and from the southwest. You can see the rain out there in the distance. As well, you know, it's going to be a crazy weekend no matter what. But you know what? That's what we're here for. We are here to go racing, and I think we're taking a look there at boat number 333. That's Josiah Acosta, able to get past one of our riders out there. For those of you who are taking a look on screen, Josiah Acosta, I believe he is from Hudson, Florida, sponsored by Acosta Motorsports. Another one of our privateer teams here, and he is racing in the amateur 300 class. Again, your race leader, I believe, in the 300 class is still boat number 114, Garrett Lofton, followed by Cooper Caldwell. And we did have Klein Glidden back there in the third spot, and we'll see if we can't get an update on that. It looks like in the 300 class, we got 114 out in front, followed by Caldwell in second. Klein Glidden still in the third spot. Michael Bouchard, boat number 45, rounding out your top 4. So that's the way we stack up here as we are just about 2/3 the way through this. Glad everybody could make it down here to Clearwater Beach, Sand Key, Sheridan on a blustery Saturday morning. Coming up, our next event will be, I believe, at 12:30, which can be just under an hour from now. That is the Monster Energy Challenge. We're going to talk about that through the break. But right now, as we take a look on screen, we got Garrett Lofton. It is up there in the top spot. Boat number 114. He grabbed that hole shot, and he hasn't looked back yet. Because if he did look back, he'd find number 193 in his back pocket, and that is Cooper Caldwell. on that Monster Energy machine. Klein Glidden still sitting in the third spot. Bouchard in fourth. Northrop still rounding out your top five. Again, as we are just about two-thirds the way through this. And again, while we have the opportunity, I'd like to say a very special thanks to Nick and his great staff over at Cycle Springs. Cycle Springs Power Sports here locally in Clearwater, just located just off of 19. Make sure that if you need a new personal watercraft, you check out what they got. Support those who support the sport. Nobody does it like Cycle Springs. They're not only one of the presenting sponsors here in Clearwater for us, but they are also a sponsor of us on the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross National Tour. So very special thanks again to Cycle Springs Power Sports, and support those who support the sport. All right, taking a look right now. It looks like we're looking at Klein Glidden on our screen right now. Once again, Klein riding for the Farthing Racing Team, picking up that Farthing sponsorship. Monster Energy and Yamaha backing him, as well as the Harborview Apartments down there in the Cayman Islands. Ended up third in the Siwa race, or Siwa series, just last weekend as we invaded South Sound down at Georgetown, Grand Cayman. And on screen right now, we're taking a look at Lofton, who is your current race leader, boat number 114. Lofton, his weapon of choice this weekend, the Yamaha GP 1800. And, you know, I figured I'd see a little more of the SVHOs out here this weekend. And for those of you who are race spectators, the GP 1800, 1900s, which they just came out with, are a little bit lighter and tend to be a little bit more squirrely when you get out here in the surf. However, Lofton is making that work for him. The SVHOs, they're a little more heavier, and they kind of, you know, they're kind of like a combat tank, you know, where they're just kind of running through the waves. Now, I feel sorry for a lot of our Sea-Doo guys out there today, because, you know, the Sea-Doos are a lot lighter than the Yamahas, and they tend to be very squirrely here in these type of conditions. As we go back on board here with your race leader, Garrett Lofton. Again, sponsored by, I believe, by JetX and the folks up there north of the border. Still got Cooper Caldwell back in that second place position, and Caldwell ain't going anywhere. You know, and you know, the thing I like about Cooper Caldwell is that even though he's a young racer, he's very intelligent, and he knows that he's just got to stay where he's at. He's just got to hold his own. He came in with a huge points lead in the 300 class. Same way with Baldwin. You know, Baldwin, he came off of his boat a little bit earlier because Baldwin is just, well, he's just that aggressive. And Baldwin, again, is on boat number 59. We got two classes out there, so I'm talking about two different leaders. 114 is leading in the 300 class. That is the big bore class. And in 200 class, boat number 59, Caden Baldwin, is leading in that class. So once again, we've got just under 2 minutes plus a lap. And again, just like in the pro class, man, it has been a battle of attrition. You know, I mean, who's able to hang on to their boat? You know, who doesn't have that arm pump right now? You know, who isn't, you know, seriously reconsidering why they came here? Caden Baldwin, still your race leader in the 200 class, boat number 59. Once again, he's out of Sherrills Ford, North Carolina, sponsored by Champion Power Sports. Victory Racing and VR Racing are the sponsors of Garrett Lofton, who is your race leader out there. VR Racing is Vanjie Ramjeet, ladies and gentlemen. And again, I appreciate that. Anybody that could give me any information that I don't have here in front of me, all I have is boat numbers and names up here. So, you know, everything that I'm throwing out there is pretty much off the cuff. We're looking at second place on the screen right now. That is Cooper Caldwell, and I'm quite sure he is sponsored by Tim Miller Racing, as well as Caldwell Racing, Monster Energy, and MTI Boats. And they have powered him to the top of the points chase so far here, as this is our fourth round, but we are finishing up our third round today, as we had some horrible weather again when we was up north of the Mason-Dixon line just a couple of weeks ago. So we're taking again a look at Cooper Caldwell on the screen right now. By the way, ladies, Cooper's a Capricorn. He enjoys long walks on the beach and the soulful sounds of Britney Spears. Not really. No, Coop's a buddy of mine, so he knows that I'm always going to play with him. I'm just giving him love from up here and announcing. Currently sitting in that second place, he is your points leader. Lofton, sponsored by Victory Marine VR Racing, is your leader out on the track right now, trying to gain some points. He came into this weekend, I believe, with 90 points, and he was currently sitting in third place from the board that we had just a little bit earlier here on the screen. Klein Glidden sitting in third currently here, but currently sitting fifth in the points coming into this weekend as the white flag is coming out. Michael Bouchard in fourth place. Michael Northrup currently sitting in the fifth spot out there in the AM300 class. We are now on our final lap. We have got some clean laundry coming from the flagman. Thank you, Mr. Scaglione. This one here has, it's been tough for everybody. I feel sorry for the cameraman, all the photographers out there. You know, this is definitely not the kind of weather that you all enjoy the most. But I do see just a little slither of Mother Nature trying to smile down on us here. You know, this is a little food for thought. That's right. Let's put a silver lining around that big dark cloud that we see right out in front of us. And for those of you folks that are watching in at home, you can see as they're taking a look at Glidden, or Lofton rather, down that back straightaway, you can see that dark cloud, that ominous cloud that we're talking about. And you can see how much darker it just got right there on screen. It is, it's absolutely, one of those races where, this is where the real racer comes out. You know, this is what I like to see, as an announcer. These aren't the best conditions for announcing. I'm going to tell you that. But these are amazing conditions for all those riders out there. And it's, the waves are providing an equalizer as Lofton once again enjoying that final lap on the VR Racing, which is Vanjie Ramji Victory Marine sponsored machine. And Lofton doing a great job in bringing those sponsors to light as well. And I believe your race leader is on the top left-hand side of the track. Once again, this is a 1.2 mile track that we have out here. Normally the track's about 60 seconds, 65 seconds. Today the track about 2 minutes with these conditions. And we're on board right now with your race leader, Lofton, who is on the far southwest side of the track coming back toward the shoreline. And you can see it just airing it out. See, now he's going with the surf so he can kind of air it out just a little bit. Going to make that turn. Now he's going to be going, sideways to the surf, and this is where, a wave could catch you. And this is where the mental capacity comes in. As, I pointed out a little bit earlier, kind of takes a hat trick. You got to have the mental capacity or the physical capacity. The boat's got to be able to run for 30 minutes plus a lap, but the mental capacity in the last 5 minutes of these races here in Aquacross, that's where that mental capacity comes in. And you just got to think about, okay, we can make it through this. We're taking a look at Michael Bouchard with the yellow helmet on screen right now. Bouchard currently sitting in the fourth spot out of Bradenton, Florida. Here comes Lofton down that front straightaway. Looks like the checkered flag is coming out right now for 114. Once again, sponsored by Victory Marine and VR Racing. Put your hands together for Garrett Lofton. Lofton will take the win just in front of Cooper Caldwell, who comes in that second place position. Again, sponsored by Monster Energy and Caldwell Racing, as well as Tim Miller Racing. Third place, I believe, now coming down the front straightaway. That is Klein Glidden. There's 59. Baldwin comes through in first in the 200 class. And we're going to go ahead and give you all the results. It looks like, Baldwin and then Baron Marinick. 297 took a second in the 200 class, and looks like Noah Dolly going to be third in the 200 class. In the 300 class, it was boat number 114, Lofton in first, 193, Caldwell in second, 174, Glidden in third, and Bouchard on boat number 45 in fourth, and boat number 38, Mike Northrup, rounds out your top five here in race number one. Is what has been I don't know. It's already been an action-packed weekend. I feel like it's Sunday, and we should be going to the awards at this point. But it has been action-packed. Folks, stick around. We've got lots more racing coming up next at 12:30. will be our Monster Energy Challenge. We hope everybody comes back for that. But right now, I believe we are going to go to a commercial break. We'll be right back after these messages. Okay, we're back. Those are some quick messages. 114 Lofton, again, your winner on boat number 114, sponsored by Victory Marine and VR Racing. 193 Cooper Caldwell in second, 174 Klein Glidden in third. Bouchard on boat number 45, sponsored by Farthing Racing and Monster Energy Yamaha in fourth, and Mike Northrup, boat number 38, rounds out your top five. Welcome, Thomas. Once again, folks, we'll be back in just a couple of moments with our Monster Energy Challenge. I believe we're going to have our provisional top three for the 200 class, which is going to be coming up on the screen right now. And I believe it should be Baldwin on top of that list, which is coming up here in just a moment. I'm going to wave my magic wand, and there we go. The magic wand comes out and see what happens. Caden Baldwin, your race winner. Again, sponsored by Champion Power Sports, Riva Racing out of Sherrills Ford, North Carolina. Baron Mernick, sponsored by Monster Energy. Caldwell Racing, 297. Comes through in second in the AM 200. And in third, sponsored by Jet X out of Canada. Noah Dolly on boat number 706 on that Sea-Doo. And once again, we're going to wrap it up real quick now for a short break, but we're going to be back, folks. Stick around. We got lots of racing coming at you. Taylor is a professional bass fisherman. Andy's a professional BMX rider. Jay does pro BMX freestyle. And Jeremy Malloy is also a pro BMX rider. Now, these guys have all won like X Games titles and fishing titles. Tyler Stewart, again, professional bass fisherman. Tyler's a standout pro angler from Louisiana. Began his professional career back in 2018. And it was great to see these four over at Cycle Springs Yamaha. Yesterday, last night, we had a nice little press conference and meet and greet over there. So again, these four athletes are going to be doing a Le Mans start. Now, for those of you folks that don't understand Le Mans start, that means that basically they're going to have some holders out there steadying their boat, and they'll run from the beach, get on the boat, throw their tether on, and then take off. So you can take a look at the conditions as we are live now here from the Sheridan Sand Key. My name is Mike Young. I'm going to be your host here for the Monster Energy AquaX Challenge. The rain and the lightning has somewhat subsided, not all the way subsided, but I tell you, it is still it's still pretty gnarly. We got weather, bad weather like all around us, but we're going to try to get this run in. And then we've got one more amateur, one more pro race a little bit later on this afternoon. So, again, we appreciate everybody's patience out there. We've got currently 86 degrees, winds out of the southwest at 8 miles an hour. Seas are right about at 5 feet. And the Monster Energy AquaX Challenge is next up on the docket with Taylor Stewart, Andy Buckworth, Jake Toohey, and Jeremy Malloy. Jeremy's going to be on boat number 1, professional BMX rider. On boat number 2 is going to be Jay Toohey. Boat number 3 is going to be Andy Buckworth. And boat number 4 is going to be Tyler Stewart. And all these boats donated to us, dedicated to us from our good friends at Cycle Springs Power Sports, which is located right here in Clearwater and one of our presenting sponsors here this weekend. Again, today's event brought to you by Monster Energy, but I'll tell you what, we are powered by Short Block Technologies from right here in Clearwater, Florida. Conditions, not the normal conditions that we would normally see at a race on the west coast of Florida. And you can see the marshal out there throwing his hand in the air, letting the riders know they can come back over to the starting area as we get set to go with this one. And I believe next race, isn't scheduled till about 1:30. So, again, we got a little bit of time. We had some rough weather that rolled through. For those of you folks that were here with us earlier that watched the first Monster Energy P1 AquaX pro and amateur class, you could see just how ridiculously rough it was. I mean, the rain was coming down sideways. We had just bad weather all around us. Looks like we got some more bad weather coming in from the southwest right now. So we are definitely going to try to at least get this Monster Energy AquaX Challenge in for again, Tyler Stewart, Andy Buckworth, Jay Toohey, and Jeremy Malloy, which are 4 featured celebrity athletes. So once again, we'd like to welcome everybody into the Monster Energy P1 AquaX live broadcast. Again, my name is Mike Young. I'm going to be your host here for the afternoon. We do have 2 races scheduled, P1 AquaX races scheduled for later this afternoon. One more pro, one more amateur. And again, today is kind of like a makeup for Sheboygan. And we're throwing in the Monster Energy AquaX Challenge. Obviously, we did not plan on these types of conditions, but you know what? We're going to get her done, just like Larry the Cable Guy would say. So you can see your racers all coming back in. Now, if you see them coming back in and you're looking on the screen, tell me what's wrong, folks. Tell me what's wrong with those boats out there. Tell me what kind of boats they are. Okay, well, I'll tell you. How about that? The Yamahas are the only boats that have what we call on the back of the boat a spitter. And you can see how that comes up. And that is basically illegal in racing. However, these boats, brand new boats that were donated from our good friend Nick over there at Cycle Springs, who is the GM over there. Again, I'd like to say a special thanks to Demet Automotive, too, here locally. It was nice to see Mr. Demet at the meet and greet last night. as we get set to go here. Once again, boat number 1 is going to be Jeremy Malloy. Now, Jeremy was a pro BMX rider, and he's been involved with X Games for many, many years. And we could also say boat number 2 is going to be Jay Tui, who is a pro BMX. Now, this guy's a freestyle athlete. He's not like a racer. He's a freestyle athlete, and he was. As I take a look here, he was the first person. He's from Australia. He was the first person to do a backflip triple tail whip. Okay, so that, and you can see your Monster Energy athletes now. They're walking up the beach. Once again, you got Jay Tui, Andy Buckworth, Tyler Stewart. Tyler's a professional bass fisherman, and I got on him. I got on him yesterday when we were at the meet and greet. It was actually pretty funny because Tyler Stewart, being a bass fisherman, now he's out here racing jet skis, and bass fishermen hate jet skis. So I thought I asked him, that question, and he's like, you know what, Mike, I kind of favor jet skiers this weekend, and I kind of like jet skiers, and so. He's a good dude, Tyler Stewart. He'll be on boat number 4, Buckworth on boat number 3, Tui on boat number 2, and Malloy on boat number 1. Glad everybody could check us out here. The Monster Energy Aquacross Challenge just getting set to go here. You can see the riders steadying the boats. It looks like we got a lot of our marshals out there assisting with our riders. Alrighty, we're back live here as well. So we are on the internet, but we're live as well. So once again, I'd like to welcome everybody back after Mother Nature caused a short little delay for us here today. But I'll tell you what, that is not going to dampen our spirits. Once again, boat number 1 is going to be Jeremy Malloy, pro BMX rider. Boat number 2 is going to be Jay Tui, a pro BMX freestyle athlete. Andy Buckworth, another pro BMX rider, will be on boat number 3, and rounding out your field, one of our professional bass fishermen, sponsored by Monster Energy. He'll be on boat number 4. That is Tyler Stewart. As we are just about locked, cocked, and ready to rock. Got some bad weather facing us off to the southwest. However, we're going to try to get this moto win. Looks like all the boats being steadied out there. Racers just waiting on that horn. And, taking a look out there, I got to meet all these guys. If I had a favorite, I wouldn't be able to tell you because that would be biased. So I don't have a favorite. I love them all equally. And here we go. Jeremy Malloy. Uh-oh, look at that. It looked like Jay Tui with a really good jump on boat number 2. And boat number 2 is going to be first out of the gate. Look at boat number 2 go. That is Jay Tui, once again, pro BMX freestyle athlete. You're watching the Monster Energy Aquacross Challenge here with 4 professional athletes, which are outside of the realm of personal watercraft racing. These guys normally riding BMX bikes. So that's actually Jeremy Malott. We had a miscue here. We apologize that. Jeremy Malott's on boat number 1, pro BMX rider. But it was boat number 2 that looked like he grabbed the whole shot. Uh-oh, boat number 1 having some issues out there. Uh-oh. And looks like he's trying to get that boat refired. Looks like he lost a lanyard. That was Jeremy Malott, pro BMX rider, that lost his lanyard right there. 2 was out of the gate first, but right now on the screen, we're seeing boat number 4, and that is Tyler Stewart. Once again, Tyler, professional bass fisherman out of Louisiana. Since turning pro, he's competed in prestigious events such as the Forest Wood Cup and the Tackle Warehouse Title Championship. And like I say, to me, it's almost an oxymoron, as you can hear the thunder in the background. I'll tell you, the weather has not been nice to us. You still got boat number 2 up front. Looks like boat number 3, Andy Buckworth, pro BMX rider, back there in that second place position. And Buckworth, who hails from Lake Haven in Australia. He was a pioneering force in BMX, known for his boundary pushing tricks, including the no-handed double front flips and front flips over Monster Energy trucks. How about that? As your racers get ready to come through that Start finish line, I believe it's still the Deuce. The Deuce is loose here. Jay Toohey, pro BMX freestyle athlete. Once again, representing another one of our Aussies here. We've got two Aussies in this race. Jay Toohey, Andy Buckworth, both coming over from Australia. Tyler Stewart, again from Louisiana. And Jeremy Malott. Jeremy, I believe, comes from Lake Havasu City, Arizona. A little, I don't know, a little drinking town with a personal watercraft racing problem. As we take a look, you can just see how ominous it looks in the background here for these guys. And, you know, it's funny because that short break that we had between the last amateur race and this race, I was kind of hanging out over there in their VIP tent right next to us. And, boy, I'll tell you, the surf was up and everything. And we had Devin Farthing over there and Tori Snyder trying to calm these guys down. They're like, man, we're not used to racing these jet skis, especially in stuff like this. And even Devin's like, we're not used to racing in this kind of stuff either. Randy Cabrera's in the house with the Florida Ski Riders. Always good to have Randy here with us. Again, this weekend's event powered by our good friends at Cycle Springs, located here in Clearwater. And tell me if you're looking for boats, parts, anything like that, make sure that you head down to Cycle Springs, talk to Nick, and they'll take care of you. As we're taking a look right there, I believe that was boat number 4 and boat number 2 that were coming through that start-finish line. That's Tyler Stewart and Jay Toohey. Looked like Stewart may have nabbed the lead. So once again, we got a bass fisherman out in front of a jet ski race. Now, how does a bass fisherman get out in front of a jet ski race? Well, I'll tell you, because there's been enough jet skiers that have rode over his wake in the past that it's time for him to throw down a little bit out there. So it's all good in the hood right here in Clearwater Beach, Sand Key Resort, Sheridan. That's where we're at. And you can see the Deuce just retaking that lead right there. Jay Toohey, pro BMX freestyler. Once again, he's ranked up top with the BMX freestyle circuits at the Australian Sports Foundation. You can check it out on Wikipedia. He also competed in the Olympic qualifier in the series in 1924 and holds, again, that strong ranking. Now we're taking a look. It looks like boat number 1 right there. That's Jeremy Malott. Once again, Jeremy, we talked to him last night out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona. Comes out to the IJSBA World Finals every year, and now getting his chance to go out there and shine on a personal watercraft himself. So once again, I believe this Monster Energy Aquacross Challenge event is 15 minutes plus a lap. So still a lot of time to go. Malott, Stewart, Buckworth, and Toohey all going at it head-to-head. And it looks like the course is actually a little bit abbreviated. The Aquacross course that we have here is 1.2 miles, and it looks like they're just using the south side of the track. And it looks like we got another lost lanyard right there. You can see him trying to get his lanyard in, trying to get a number on that boat. It looks like boat number 1. That's Jeremy Malott, who went down there momentarily. Gets the lanyard hooked back up. Marshals help him out. Actually, that's Toohey on boat number 2. Pro BMX freestyler. One of the Monster team celebrities here this weekend, along with Tyler Stewart, Andy Buckworth, and Jeremy Malott. So we were looking at the Deuce right there. That was Jay Toohey. Once again, he's one of the BMX freestylers. And I'll tell you, tricks ain't for kids anymore, folks. These kids are something else. We got Malott out in front, and they're 1, 2, 3, and 4, just as they look here on our screen. Jeremy Malott out in front, boat number 1. Jay Toohey on boat number 2 in second. In third place, Andy Buckworth on boat number 3. Tyler Stewart in fourth on boat number 4. So Stewart losing a couple different positions, or a couple positions on that last lap around. And again, you can see they're just on the screen. For those of you folks that are watching on our Monster Energy P1 Aquacross live stream, you can just see how ominous it looks out there, how dark it is in the background. Now, remember, it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon on the west coast of Florida. You never see conditions like this. The water, as far as the waves go, the waves have kind of died down a little bit as the wind is shifted. But still some rough weather. Looks like it's coming in. We got boat number 2 right there. That's Jay Toohey. Jay has earned 5 X Game medals across the BMX dirt and Mega Park disciplines, silver and bronze, including 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024. Additionally, Jay competed in the Olympic Qualifier Series in 2024 and again holds a strong international ranking in BMX freestyle circuits, Australian sports. You can check him out on Wikipedia. There's boat number 3, Andy Buckworth. Buckworth, again, hailing from Lake Haven, Australia. Beyond competition, Andy tours internationally with the Nitro Circus, where fans can catch him performing jaw-dropping flips after a night of drinking Monster Energy. So we are halfway through the event right now. You're watching the Monster Energy Aquacross Challenge with 4 celebrities out there. Professional bass fisherman Tyler Stewart, professional BMX riders Andy Buckworth and Jeremy Malott, and pro BMX freestyle athlete Jay Toohey. So once again, the race has been shortened just a little bit due to the weather. I'm taking a look online right here. It looks like we got about 4 minutes and 35 seconds left on the ticker, plus a lap. So once again, these athletes getting beat up out there. Like I said, I was talking to Devin Farthing just a little earlier today, who came in second place in the points, and he said, "Man, it is rough out there, Mike." He's like, "I don't know how these other athletes are going to handle it, because these athletes are used to fishing or riding BMX bikes. So, you're doing something a lot different out there, a lot different discipline." But luckily for them, like I say, the waves have died down. When we started the broadcast here this afternoon, the waves were running right around 5 feet. I would say they're running closer to 1 to 2 right now, as things have just literally calmed down here. And you can see, like I say, the clouds in the background. So not quite sure when our next race was scheduled. I believe it was 1:30 was our next scheduled race, but we might have to wait till this front pulls through. And we're taking a look at Tyler Stewart right here, Monster Energy Pro Bass Angler. And, I'll tell you, he's had a good season so far. Once again, boat 3 just got lapped. That is Andy Buckworth, who is our pro BMX rider. And I'll tell you what, you're not on a BMX bike out here on the west coast of Florida today. Man, oh man, it's like I said, we just had just really outrageous conditions. Luckily, things did slow down a little bit for him, as we are just under 3 minutes plus a lap to go here in our Monster Energy Aquacross Challenge with celebrity athletes from around the world that are out here. BMX stars, BMX freestyle stars, fishing stars. They're all here just for us, folks. So once again, only a couple more minutes to go in this Monster Energy Aquacross Challenge. Again, been a great day. We'd like to say, again, a very special thanks to Cycle Springs Power Sports, who have not only helped us promote our tour with the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross Tour, but title sponsors here this weekend and loaning the boats to the celebrities, hosting the meet and greet last night. Special thanks to Nick and the great team over there at Cycle Springs. Can't do it without them. Also like to say a special thanks to my good friend Randy Cabrera, who's here representing the Florida Ski Riders. I don't know if you guys know, but the biggest jet ski outing in the entire world comes from the Florida Ski Riders, and that's the Dunedin deal. But you can go to floridaskiriders.com. You can check that out. But it is the biggest event. They showed them going under the bridge the other day, and there was over $1 million worth of jet skis going underneath the bridge. So you want to check out Florida Ski Riders. Make sure that you're a part of that. How you doing, Tori Snyder? Monster Energy sponsored rider as well. So we're getting her done here. You know, we've got some bad weather. You know, we're kind of dodging raindrops and lightning strikes, but we're getting her done. Again, coming up to that white flag lap. And I believe it's still Jeremy Malott, your race leader, followed by Jay Toohey and Tyler Stewart in third, with Andy Buckworth rounding out your top four. Buckworth looks like he's in third out there, but he actually is a lap down. For those of you who are checking us out on the live stream, there's your race leader, boat number one, Jeremy Malott out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona, which is basically the, I'll tell you what, that is the personal watercraft racing capital of the world. And I think that he may be on that white flag lap right now. We threw some sides up. Yeah, we threw some sides up here on the tent, so I can't really gauge what's happening out there with the flagger, but I am getting confirmation we are on the final lap. So one more lap to go for Jeremy Malott, looking to take a Moto number one victory. Now, you know, if you just chimed in or just checked in and maybe you're a little bit late for the Monster Energy Aquacross Challenge, don't forget that they've got another race. This is only Moto number one for these guys. Yeah, the bass fishermen, the BMX riders, no, they're not getting off early. No, they're putting in a full day today here. You know, I hope that everybody brought their lunchbox. We're on the final lap, and we're looking at boat number one, Jeremy Malott, who is looking to take this Moto number one victory back to Lake Havasu City with him. It's great to talk to him yesterday, you know, and to be able to sit down with these guys. I mean, you know, even though they are celebrities, they're not untouchable. These all like really, I would say, blue collar racers. You know, those are the racers that bring their lunchbox to work with them. And obviously, they had to bring their lunchbox today because conditions are definitely not favorable for a first-time racer out there. And these guys are going 15 minutes plus a lap. Again, we're on the final lap. We got boat number one, Jeremy Malott, pro BMX rider from Lake Havasu City, Arizona, looking to put this one in the books. And he hits down on the bottom left-hand side of the track, now working his way down the front straightaway, and he sees that checkered flag, and he's like, hot diggity dog, I'm glad this one's done. Oh, my. Congratulations, Jeremy Malott, boat number one, taking the win. How about a nice round of applause out there for Jeremy, everybody? Pro BMX rider, and he is definitely earning his stripes here in personal watercraft racing. Now he's going to be able to go back to Lake Havasu and tell all of his friends, hey, man, I took a Moto number one victory out in Clearwater. I'm gunning for you at the 45th annual IJSBA World Finals, which is going to be happening October 8th through 13th. Hope everybody can join us out in Lake Havasu this year. So once again, here is your winner. Your winner once again is Jeremy Malott. Again, coming in second, Jay Toohey, Tyler Stewart in third, Andy Buckworth in fourth. Congratulations to all those guys, and we're going to be right back, folks. Stay tuned. We'll be back after these messages. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross, powered by Short Block Technologies and fueled by our good friends at Cycle Springs Power Sports here locally. You can see our athletes starting to get lined up down here on the beach for the Monster Energy Aquacross Celebrity Challenge. They will be doing a Le Mans start. Again, special thanks to our good friends from Cycle Springs for providing the boats. Boat number 1 will be piloted by pro BMX rider Jeremy Mallett, who 3-time X Games winner out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona. In boat number 2, we'll have Jay Tui, pro BMX freestyle athlete, representing Australia here this weekend. Also representing Australia, we got Andy Buckworth. He'll be on boat number 3, pro BMX rider out of Lake Haven, Australia. And then we've got Tyler Stewart, professional bass fisherman, standout from Louisiana, who began his professional career back in 2018. So the athletes getting stretched out a little bit. You know, it was great to talk to the guys, you know, where we had that little rain delay and lightning delay. Find out, you know, what they thought about personal watercraft racing. And it's funny because, you know, they were all saying that they were going to grab their drinks and their hands were all shaking, you know. So, I mean, definitely the arm pump is set in, and then they're obviously using a bunch of stuff that they don't normally do with pro BMX or BMX freestyle or bass fishing. And here we go. The horn has sounded as we get ready to go. Boat number 4 up on the boat right away. That is Tyler Stewart. And Stewart is hasta la bye-bye. So Stewart already taken off, and I know that they have shortened this second Monster Energy P1 Aquacross Celebrity Challenge. I believe they shortened it to about, I believe, 5 laps. How we doing, Miss Casey? Miss Casey from Monster here in the house with us. Gotta love it. So once again, Tyler Stewart, your early leader out there. And again, the Le Mans start, you know, you got to run down the beach, and then you jump up on the boat. You got to, you know, get that lanyard put in. All right, so once again, your race leader, winner of Moto number 1. Looks like he is overtaking that lead out there as they work their way onto the top left-hand side of the track. Once again, 3-time X Games medalist from Lake Havasu, Jeremy Mallett, is your early race leader. And you can see top 3 are all bunched up. You could throw a blanket over them. As you see the marshal kind of running right beside him. For those of you folks that are watching in on the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross live stream, we welcome you back. We've got the Monster Energy Aquacross Celebrity Challenge, and that'll be followed by our pro race and an amateur race for today. And there is boat number 1, your race leader, Jeremy Mallett, working left to right down the front straightaway as we view it here from the pit area. Once again, they were going 10 minutes plus a lap, and when they started and when they took off, it doesn't, the 10 minutes doesn't start until they come all the way through the checkered buoy. Once they go past that checkered buoy, that is when we hit the 10-minute clock. So we still have about 9 minutes, 35 seconds plus a lap to go. So we got a lot of time out there. Again, lap times earlier today, for those of you who are listening in, right around 2 minutes. Yeah, 2-minute lap times with the surfy conditions that we have out here today. You can see still looks kind of ominous there in the background if you're taking a look at your screen right now. And that's because we've been kind of surrounded by storms. We're kind of in like a tropical depression right now. And unfortunately, we're sitting right in the pocket of it. So it's going on the backside. It's going on on the front side. So that would be east and west as we view it here from the Sheridan Sand Key. So Mallett, still your race leader. Easy to pick out with the white helmet, as all the boats are stock boats that come from Cycle Springs. Looks like boat number 2 back there in the second place position. That is Jay Tui, pro BMX freestyle athlete. You know, he's earned 5 X Games medals in BMX dirt and the Mega Park disciplines, silver and bronze, including 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024. Additionally, Jay also competed in the Olympic Qualifier Series in 2024 and holds a strong international ranking in BMX freestyle. Once again, first race of the afternoon, and unfortunately the afternoon came a little bit late for us today as we've had some major storms that have been blowing through the Clearwater area here today, and we knew that it was going to be rough out there, but we didn't know it was going to be this rough. Boy, I'll tell you, this morning the rain was coming down sideways, and I think during the break everybody went in and changed into some dry clothes. That was the thing to do, and it's starting to sprinkle a little bit again, starting to rain, but not too hard. Doesn't look like there's any more lightning that's going to be around here, so we should be able to get in the other two races that we got going on today. So we got Jeremy Mallett up in front, Jay Toohey back there in second, Andy Buckworth in third, and Tyler Stewart rounding out your top five. So for those of you who are looking at disciplines, we've got BMX, BMX freestyle, BMX, and professional bass fishermen, all out there doing work together, all a part of the Monster Energy family. And it's great to bring to everybody the Monster Energy Aquacross Celebrity Challenge. 7 minutes left on the ticker here as we go on board there with Jay Toohey on boat number 2, who is working that's boat number 3 rather, Andy Buckworth. Again, pro BMX rider out of Lake Haven, Australia. Been a pioneering force in BMX and known worldwide for his boundary pushing tricks, including the no-handed double front flips and front flips over trucks, which is that's pretty cool in itself. Got a chance to hang out with them guys yesterday over at Cycle Springs, and boy, I'll tell you what an eclectic bunch we got out here with us this weekend. And there is boat number 4, Tyler Stewart, professional bass fisherman out of Louisiana, who began his professional career back in 2018 after clinching the college FLW Southern Conference championship at the University of Louisiana Monroe. Since turning pro, you know, he's competed in prestigious events such as the Forest Wood Cup and the Tackle Warehouse Title Championship. Most notably, he won the 2024 MLF Invitational stop number 2 at West Point Lake with a dramatic last-minute kicker fish, securing the coveted $80,000 prize and a spot at the Red Crest 2025 Wired to Fish. So Tyler Stewart out here with us, and again, I talked to him at the meet and greet yesterday, and I said, what's it like being a bass fisherman getting on a jet ski? And, you know, he said, well, you know, this weekend I actually kind of like jet skis, you know, instead of normally they're jumping over his wake. But I assured him that that was just rentals, that nobody who owns a ski is going to ride behind a boat and jump your wake. Y'all know what I'm talking about. If you own the boat, you don't treat it like that. So again, just over 5 minutes left to go as we go back on board with our leader, Jeremy, professional BMX rider. Once again, I got to talk to him yesterday, and I didn't realize he was out of Lake Havasu, of course, the mecca for personal watercraft racing. He said he's actually been down to the IJSBA World Finals a couple of times, and now he knows what it feels like to be out there on the water as one of those professional athletes. Great to have Jeremy in the field with us here this year. Last year, during the Monster Energy Aquacross Celebrity Challenge, we had a side-by-side rider that actually took the win. As we take a look at our leader right there, professional BMX star, Jeremy Mallett, 3-time X Games medalist. As he works his way down the front straightaway, time is starting to tick away for everybody here in this Monster Energy Aquacross Celebrity Challenge. And Jeremy picking up where he left off. Jay still in second place, took a second in that first moto as well. Andy in third, took a fourth in the first moto, so him and Tyler have switched up a little bit. And if things stay as they are on the podium tonight, it'll be Jeremy Mallett standing atop the podium, Jay Toohey in second, and Andy Buckworth with a better finish than Tyler would be in third on the podium. So once again, hope everybody's having a nice Saturday afternoon. Been a little blustery down here in the Clearwater area, but we're not going to let that dampen our spirits. As we knew we were going to get wet anyway. So it's all good in our neighborhood. Under 4 minutes left to go. You're watching the Monster Energy Aquacross Celebrity Challenge. 10 minutes plus a lap, so they are about 1/3 the way through, and you still got Mallet up in front on boat number 1, boat number 2, Tui in second, Buckworth on boat number 3 in third, and Stewart in fourth on boat number 4. And you can see Mallet got a little squirrely there. Looked like he came off the top of that wave, set it down, but the bars were pointed another direction as he gets ready now to come down the front straightaway. Works left to right in front of us and starting to put a little real estate now between he and second place, Jay Tui. There's Tui coming past the start-finish line. So you get about a 6 to 7 second gap between first and second place right now with under 3 to go. Once again, I'd like to say a very special thanks to Nick and the great staff over there at Cycle Springs for all their assistance and rolling out the red carpet as we invaded Clearwater. Again, we'll have our third race from Sheboygan, both our pro and our amateur class. And boy, I'll tell you, there's been some drama there. Uh-oh, and looks like we got a rider down. And we've got the rider in the water right now. The marshal's coming over to hook him up. I'm not quite sure who that was that went down. Maybe we can get a shot of that boat. We can get a number on that boat for you. But it looks like the rider... he lost a visor there as well as the yellow flags are out. And there is the boat that got dismounted right there. I'm not sure if that's a 4 on it or not, as obviously you guys that are watching watching at home can see the same thing that I'm seeing. I believe it is boat number 4. I think that is Stewart that went down. And now getting rebooted as the marshals are there to make sure that he is well protected. So again, officially or unofficially, Mallet still your race leader. Tui still in second. And I believe that's those two on the screen right now. I think that's Tui that is actually on the screen right now, who is sitting in second place as they head out to sea. And they should be making a left-hand turn here momentarily. So once again, that was boat number 4 that came off the boat, Tyler Stewart. But he's got to reboot it again. Still got Jeremy Mallet out in front on boat number 1. Tui still in second, about 7 seconds off the pace, being thrown down by Mallet. Buckworth in third. And your top 3 all over there on the left-hand side of the track, or that would be the south side of the track as we view it here from the pit area. Once again, Jeremy Mallet, 3-time X Games medalist out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona, looking to go back-to-back. Only 30 seconds plus a lap, so they'll probably have to go around one more time. They'll get the white flag probably the next time around as your race leaders all getting ready to come down, or they're coming down the front straightaway as we speak right now. So 1, 2, 3, and 4, and that's the way they are out there on the track. That is boat number 1, Mallet, your race leader, as he comes past the start-finish line and makes the turn back out into the Gulf of America. Final lap, once again, the white flag. They did throw the white flag that last time around. Again, we got some walls up on the tent over here because it was raining so bad earlier. We didn't want to fry the electrical equipment that we're using. So Mallet with just a couple more turns to go before this one is in the books. And it looks like Mallet will be standing on top of the box tonight. You see him working out there on the top left-hand side of the track, getting ready to make the turn back toward the seashore. Great race here, the Monster Energy Aquacross Celebrity Challenge. And again, special thanks to the Monster team for bringing this to fruition. This, I guess, I didn't hear about it till about a week or 2 ago. So glad that we brought this back here in 2025. I think it was a huge success in Daytona last year in 2024. Your race leader getting ready to come down the front straightaway one final time, and the checkered flag will come out. And it is going to be boat number 1, your winner, Jeremy Mallet, Pro BMX rider. Easy to pick out with the white helmet. How we doing, Chicken Man? So congratulations, Jeremy Mallet, going back-to-back, taking 2 consecutive wins here in the Monster Energy Aquacross Celebrity Challenge. And now they know what it feels like to be a pro jet ski racer, as well as a pro BMX rider or BMX freestyler or professional bass fisherman. And Mallet working his way to the shore right now, unbuckling the helmet. Congratulations to that young man. Again, as I pointed out, a 3-time X Games medalist, straight out of Lake Havasu, the personal watercraft racing capital of the world. So, you know, I wasn't going to say it early on, but, you know, Mallet being from Lake Havasu City had to be my favorite, just for the simple fact that he's probably seen a personal watercraft race or two out there. So once again, Mallet getting dismounted. And he's going to say hello to the crowd, salute the crowd, pose for the cameras. Congratulations, Jeremy. Awesome job, buddy. Jay Tui coming across the finish line in 2nd place. Once again, pro BMX freestyle athlete. Again, 5 X Games medals for him, BMX dirt, mega park disciplines. Got silvers and bronzes from 2021 through 2024. And Andy Buckworth, pro BMX rider from Australia, coming through in the 3rd place position. And his talents have earned him multiple medals across the X Games Big Air and Toyota Triple Challenge dirt events, as well as park competitions with Monster Energy. All right, folks, we've got the pros that will be coming up next, so stick around. We'll be right back after these messages. dog fell. All right, folks, welcome back here to our Monster Energy P1 Aquacross. We are finishing up our Sheboygan round here this afternoon with the third and final race. Once again, Monster Energy P1 Aquacross, powered by Short Block Technologies and fueled by our good friends at Cycle Springs. We'd also like to say a very special thanks to our other tour sponsors, which include Yamaha, ICOM, Communications, as well as HyperTurf, Fly Racing, Jet Pilot, and Reba Racing. And once again, we are going out for a sight lap before we get started. And coming into this one, okay, so the first race of the Sheboygan race was actually in Sheboygan, and then obviously we had to cancel. So that's what today is. Today's pretty much a makeup day for the racing that we didn't get done in Sheboygan. So coming into this one, your points leader with 45 points after 2 races is boat number 6, Devin Farthing. You got boat number 105, Christian Daly's going to be out there. It's 373, Noah Skips, 477, Jay Edworthy. 618 is Trey Williams, boat number 361. Eric Lagopoulos, boat number 110. Tori Snyder, 243 is Dennis Mack. 37 is Tim Miller. 126, Ian Smith. And boat number 116, Vanjie Ramjeet. Now, as far as the points go, ladies and gentlemen, you got Farthing with 45 coming into this one. Got Noah Skips with 37 coming into this one. Vanjie Ramjeet and Tori Snyder, both, Vanjie Ramjeet with 32. Looks like Tori has 22. And then Tim Miller, Trey Williams both have 25. And I believe Jay Edworthy has 26 points coming into this one. So those, I believe, are your top 7 positions, folks. With Farthing, again, an 8-point leader coming in. And this will be the final race for Sheboygan. And we got 3 more 30 minutes plus a lap races tomorrow in both the amateur and the pro class. So lots of racing to be done this weekend. Glad everybody could hang out here with us on the Greenlight TV live stream for the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross. And again, conditions have somewhat changed out there. You can see on the monitor that it's kind of it's gotten a lot lighter there on the west side. As that's what we're facing right now. We're facing the west, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you who are geographically unknowledgeable. The west coast of Florida, you know, normally the water is just beautiful and it's like slick, calm. It's normally like a pond out there, but not today as the riders finish up their sight lap. They'll come back. Again, it's going to be a Le Mans start for those of you who are listening in at home. And if you're a first-time spectator out there, a Le Mans start basically means that they're going to start up on the beach. And they're going to have to run down the beach, hop up onto the boat, put their lanyard in, start the boat before they take off. So again, a different start here for these riders that we have out here. This is the Pro Class, your Aquacross Pro Enduro. Obviously, it's a 300 division. As we take a look, you got Tim Miller right there, Vanjie Ramjeet on the 116. And it looks like we may have somebody who switched boats out there as well. I see like a Double Zero out there. Once again, I'd like everybody to join us in just a couple of weeks. We're going to be right up the street, and we're not going to have not only the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross Finals, but we've got the P1 Offshore Monster Energy Triple Crown, the third jewel in that Triple Crown. That's coming up on September 6th and 7th at the St. Petersburg Pier. We invite everybody to join us over there, pier side. Backside of that pier, I'll tell you what, that pier gets rocking, man. We get the big boats and the P1 Aquacross out there together. Last year, you literally needed a shoehorn to get up onto that pier. So once again, as far as points go, you got Farthing in the lead, Skips with 37, Tori Snyder with 32. Those are your top three. In the fourth spot, Jay Edworthy with 26. And then you got Tim Miller, Trey Williams, knotted at 25, along with Christian Daly. And I'm not sure. I see here that Daly was penalized during race number 2 for a technical infraction. And we had a couple of fines handed out also for our second race. And there we go. We are off and away. The horn has sounded. There goes Farthing. You see Farthing up on the boat already. He's got Skips right beside him, roommates up there in Tennessee. Edworthy looked like he got a good start. Edworthy on the Jet X Sea-Doo out there. You're watching the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross Championship. This is the pro race, the third race from Sheboygan. Tomorrow will be a hole. We'll wipe the slate clean. We'll start all over again, and we'll be doing those awards tonight from 6:30 to 9 o'clock tonight. We hope everybody can join us. And it looks like Edworthy with the hole shot. Jay Edworthy on the Jet X Sea-Doo, proving that he still got what it takes. I know it was really rough up there in Sheboygan, and he got beat up a little bit. As I see, he took a 14th place, and I'm sorry, a 5th place rather in race number 1. Got 14 points for that race, and I'm sure that he needs all the points he can to catch up to that guy right there. That is Dev Dog, Devin Farthing on boat number 6. Again, Monster Energy, Yamaha, Farthing Racing sponsored rider. And they have got a huge lineup of racers out here with us this weekend. I see the 126 has moved up into the mix. So that was we were talking about the Double Zero earlier. That was actually Tori Snyder that had the smaller numbers. So he might be. I'm not sure if he's on a backup boat, one of the other Farthing racing boats, or not. Devin Farthing currently sitting in second place to Edworthy. And then I believe you got Christian Daly back there in third. And Daly coming into the weekend, he was the points leader coming into the weekend. That that DQ did not help him in race number 2. I believe that is Devin Farthing, I believe, was second in the points. Noah Skips was third in the points coming into the weekend. But things are changing up very rapidly here today. Farthing with a win earlier today. Skips took a second. Ramjeet took third. Snyder took fourth. And Miller took fifth in race number 1. I'm sorry, race number 2 for the... it was race number 1 this morning, but race number 2 for the Sheboygan round. So once again, for those of you that are not in the know, just so you know, we are trying to make up for the Sheboygan round today, getting 2 races in today. I believe that's your battle for third place right there. And I believe that is Vanjie Ramjeet and boat number 373, Noah Skips, out of New Zealand, right behind him. And you can see Skips with a pole in the water trying to reel in Ramjeet. Ramjeet originally from the Cayman Islands, now making his home in Georgia. Sponsored by VR Racing and Victory Marine. Looks like Tim Miller also moving up into the mix. And you can see Tim getting tossed around like a rag doll out there. And I'm surprised he was able to hold on to that. He came up after the first race this morning, and he said, man, he's like, I took a beating out there. And Tim is no spring chicken out there, so, you know, he's giving it all he's got, you know, to a lot of these kids that are half his age. Tim sponsored by Caldwell Racing, as well as Tim Miller Racing out of Waco, Texas. As your race leaders come down the front straightaway, it's Edworthy, followed by Farthing. And then it looks to be, I believe that is 618, Trey Williams, possibly up there into that third place position. So Trey having a nice ride out there in the GP 1800. Took a 7th in the first moto in Sheboygan, took a 6th earlier today. 25 points coming into this one, and still got a good shot at that podium. And now taking a look at Tori Snyder on our screen right now. That is Snyder that looks like he's got the double zeros out there. Originally on boat number 110. Again, I'd like to say a very special thanks to all of our great sponsors that make this possible, including our good friends from right here in Clearwater, Short Block Technologies. Special thanks to Bryce and the team up at Yamaha, of course, ICOM Communications, SBT, which houses HydroTurf. Special thanks to HydroTurf. Rich Cum out at Fly Racing, Darren Addard at Jet Pilot, And special thanks to Dave Bamdus and the crew down there at Riva Racing. And once again, taking a look at the battles that we got going on out on the track right now. The 110, that is Tori Snyder. We still got over 25 minutes left to go. You got Jay Edworthy out in front, Devin Farthing, Dev Dog back there in second, Ian Smith in third, Christian Daly in the fourth spot on boat number 105, and Vanjie Ramjeet, boat number 116, in the fifth spot. I believe that it was Snyder on 110 that's currently sitting in the sixth position. So that's the way they stack up. 1 through 5 right now. And Edworthy making it happen as the conditions they definitely changed. You know, we're headed toward low tide. We were at high tide a little bit earlier today. Obviously, we're not playing on a level shelf here, but it does go gradual out there. So that's why we still got some waves here on the inside as we take a look at the Chicken Man right there, C477. Great to see Jay out here this weekend, again sponsored by the JetX team, jetx.ca. And Edworthy started the season very well, was the points leader coming into our second round in Kissimmee. Didn't have as easy of a time in Kissimmee. That was when I believe Daly took the points lead into Sheboygan. As we go on board here with Ian Smith and Sea-Doo, or Ian on the Sea-Doo RXPX 325. The newer model, a little higher horsepower, and he's looking for his best finish here of the season. Again, finished sixth in the last moto, finished seventh up in Sheboygan. Just over 25 plus 1 to go here from the shores of the Sheridan Sand Key. Glad everybody could make it out here to the beach, for those of you folks that are here and those of you folks that are tuning in live with us. We sure do appreciate you tuning in. We had Tori Snyder. I believe they had him up on the screen, but I believe that might have been Vanjie Ramjeet on 116, because the 116 and the 110, they look very similar to each other. And Ramjeet, I believe, still running in the top 5. That is Tim Miller that we're taking a look at there. Boat number 37, and that is your battle for 6th place. So big battle going on there with Timmy Miller and Tori Snyder. You can see both of them in the frame there momentarily. And we're taking a look at the 110 right there. Snyder pretty much on his home water. Grew up just about 20 miles or so south of here, down in Bradenton. And Tori sponsored by the Monster Energy Farthing Racing Yamaha team, as well as Snyder Built Construction. And look at Edworthy. Edworthy trying to extend that lead over Farthing, but Farthing not going away. He's staying right there. Farthing knows, I believe, if he stays where he's at, that he is going to take the overall for, I would say, weekend number 3, if you will. Tomorrow we'll begin weekend number 4. So again, we're just playing catch up right now, because we had some bad weather up in Sheboygan, and unfortunately the cloud followed us down here to Clearwater this weekend, but we are getting through it. Taking a look there, you see the backside of Noah Skips, boat number 373, another one of the Farthing race team members. I believe they got 6 guys on the team this year. Fielding a couple of amateurs as well in the amateur race. That'll be coming up next. So we invite everybody to stick around. Had a good show earlier today from the amateurs, and a great show from the Monster Energy Aquacross Celebrity Challenge. Congratulations again, Jeremy Malott taking the win there. And look at the battles going on right here. That is your battle for 6th place between Miller and Snyder. And Snyder overtaking that 6th place position from Miller. You got Edworthy out in front. Devin Farthing in second on boat number 6. Then you got 126, Ian Smith back there in the 3rd spot. Christian Daly in 4th out of Indiana. And then Vanjie Ramjeet, boat number 116. Those are your top 5. And Tori Snyder has just overtaken that 6th place, with Tim Miller dropping back to 7th. Again, just over 22 minutes plus a lap to go here. So once again, a battle of attrition out here. 30 minutes plus a lap, and they've got to do it 5 times this weekend instead of 3 times like normal. And there's Edworthy. He makes the turn down the front straightaway. Still got about the 3.5, 4 second lead over Devin Farthing. You'll see Farthing coming into the picture, bottom left-hand side of your screen right there. And those are your top two as they work their way back out into the Gulf of America. Boy, that has a nice ring to it, Gulf of America. Just kind of slides right off the tongue, you know. Way better than Mexico. So again, those of you folks just tuning in, you're watching the third race from round number 3. Again, coming into this one, Devin Farthing with 45 points. He was the leader, currently sitting in second right now, 20 more points to give him 65. Noah Skips came in with 37, and Skips right now, I believe, running in about 8th place. So that would only give him 11 more points. And taking a look at currently sitting in the 3rd spot, Vanjie Ramjeet. And Ramjeet has a good shot at taking second on the podium this evening, as we're going to be giving out the awards for our Sheboygan event and our Monster Energy Celebrity Challenge event. That's going on tonight, I believe, between 6:30 and 9 o'clock, and that'll be up in the hotel. As we go back on board with Ian Smith, and again, Ian looking for one of his best finishes here of the season. His first year as a pro, and was our top amateur last year. Great to have him join the ranks of the pro class. Pro class going to be a little bit more full tomorrow, because what they did was they only let folks that were racing in Sheboygan out on the water today. So tomorrow, again, a whole new round. We're starting all over tomorrow. And we'll have a couple more pros that are getting signed up. I've seen Jason Russo. I know he's going to be added to the mix, who lives just down the street. And that is the C477. Once again, Jay Edworthy on that Sea-Doo RXPX. Edworthy and Smith both on Sea-Doos out here as we are at the halfway mark. So once again, the green flag is flying here over the shores of Clearwater Beach. As we take a look at Devin Farthing. Again, Farthing out of Ackworth, Georgia, currently residing in up in Tennessee, as he is attending the University of Tennessee, Chattanooga. So Edworthy, Farthing, Smith. I tell you, Edworthy and Smith both out there on Sea-Doos. You know, that's pretty impressive, you know, with these surf conditions out there. Farthing, Daly, and Ramjeet, I believe, all on Yamahas out there. So those are your top 5, 2, 4, and 5 on a Yamaha, 1 and 3 on a Sea-Doo, if you're looking at the battle of the manufacturers going on. And that, again, is your race leader, Jay Edworthy. Jay's been racing for a couple of decades now. Said this may be his last year. He was thinking about retiring. Said, Mike, I wanted to give it one more shot. When I come out here, I want to try to win that overall title. You know, he had a great first race in New Orleans, and then not so well over there in Kissimmee, and Sheboygan didn't really help anybody. So today he's trying to make up for a bad weekend in Kissimmee. As we take a look at, again, at boat number 618, Trey Williams. And I believe Trey back there fighting for that 8th place position. Him and Skips. And there is D-Mac, Dennis Mack on boat number 243 up on your screen right now. D-Mac's another one of those that's been racing for about 3 decades. Remember, he started with us back when I was running the old Surf and Turf Tour up in the Florida Panhandle. And nice battle going on here on that back section of the track. And that is, I believe, D-Mac that was able to get around Trey Williams right there. So D-Mac still got it on that Yamaha GP 1800. Again, another one of your Farthing Racing team members out there. Monster Energy, Farthing Racing, Yamaha, the largest team on the tour here in 2025. Again, one full round tomorrow, and then the finals will be on September 6th and 7th up in St. Pete as we go back on board with Vanjie Ramjeet. Ramjeet got his start in personal watercraft racing about 15 years ago when we started putting on the Siwa Series down there in the Cayman Islands. Hard to believe that we're celebrating 15 years down there in the Caymans already. Speaking of Caymans, we got another Cayman rider going to be coming up in the amateur class, Klein Glidden. So a lot of the guys getting the bug and coming up here to the United States and keeping a boat up here and a boat down there, which is pretty cool. They just fly in and get on their boat and go. Great deal if you can afford it. Once again, folks, you're watching the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross, powered by Short Block Technologies and fueled by Cycle Springs. Again, I'd like to say a very special thanks to Nick and his team for rolling out that proverbial red carpet last night at the Monster Energy Celebrity Meet and Greet over there at Cycle Springs Power Sports. You should see the plans. They're putting a new building together over there. But I'll tell you, they've got, I believe, 3 showrooms, I believe I seen over there yesterday. As we go back out to our top 5, Jay Edworthy in front, Farthing in second, Smith in third, Daly in fourth, and Ramjeet rounding out your top 5. So let's see here, Ramjeet, if he gets a 5th place, he'd get 14 more points. That would give him 46 total points. Skips right now, I believe, is sitting in the 8th place position. So if he gets 8th place, he'll get 11 points. That would give him 48 points. So I believe that would be your top 3. It'd be Farthing, Skips, Ramjeet tonight if things stay as they are. But we still got plenty of time left on the clock, folks, for those of you who are counting it down. So we said about 15 minutes, probably close to 7-8 minutes ago. So I'm guessing probably right around 6-7 minutes left to go here on the clock. We'll see if we can't get the ticker back up there for everybody. So again, it's been the Jay Edworthy show here in Moto number 3 of what we'll call round number 3. Because again, we're just finishing up from Sheboygan. Edworthy, Farthing, Smith, Daly, and Ramjeet, 1 through 5. No lead changes the last couple times around. We do have some battling going on, though, up there at the top left-hand side of the track, as we've got 4:55 plus 1 to go. And they are dicing it out, trying to get a number on those boats. I believe that might be Daly. I'm not sure if it's Daly and Smith or Ramjeet and Daly. But they are both right there. And boat number 105, once again, he's out of the Indianapolis, Indiana area. Carmel, Indiana, or I believe Noblesville. And it looks like that was Daly that was able to get around Smith. So Smith slides back, I believe, into 4th spot. Daly up into 3rd on the Monster Energy Farthing Racing Yamaha. So Farthing Racing right now running 2 and 3. Ian Smith back there in the 4th position. Ramjeet in 5th. And again, that is unofficial. As we've got just over 4 minutes left on the ticker. And we see Christian Daly there. Yeah, he's trying to chase down that boat right there, number 6, Devin Farthing. And DevDog just trying to stay hooked up, trying to keep that boat in the water, not going anywhere when you're out of the water. And these waves, they were a lot worse this morning. Today, I would say breaking probably around 1 to 3. This morning, probably closer, to 4 to 6. As Edworthy still leads this race with 3:30 left on the clock. As we take a look at Devin Farthing. Farthing trying to chase down your leader, but right behind Farthing, you got Christian Daly, who's on boat number 105, able to get past Smith on that last lap. Smith back in the 4th spot. Ramjeet still in the 5th spot on boat number 116, sponsored by VR Racing, as well as Victory Marine. So again, for those of you folks listening in, just 3 minutes. 3 minutes now left on the clock. This is the 3rd race from round number 3. Tomorrow we wipe the slate clean here in the Pro Enduro. But don't forget, we got more racing coming up after this. We've still got the amateur race, which will be the 3rd race from Sheboygan as well. And we'll talk about their points and where they're at as soon as the amateurs take to the water. But right now, it's the Jay Edworthy show that we're watching. Again, Jay sponsored by JetX. And, I was thinking, I was talking to Jay when we were actually up in Sheboygan, and I was asking him, him being from Canada, you would think that Bombardier may help him out, because Bombardier is out of Valcourt, Canada. You would think that they might be giving him a boat or something like that, giving him some support. He's like, nope, it's a complete privateer effort, and the only help he gets is from Ryan Daly and the Jet X crew. So you can see how close the leaders are to one another right there. That's 1, 2, 3, and 4 all on your screen as they get ready to head over to the right-hand side of the track. That's the north side of the track as we view it here from the Sheridan Sand Key. So again, only about 6 seconds right now between first and third place, with only a minute, under a minute 40 left to go. So it's still anybody's race. And you can see that's the gap between first and second that we're seeing on the monitor right now. Only about 2 seconds between Edworthy and Farthing. Farthing takes a look behind him. He sees what's in front of him. He knows who he needs to get past, but Christian Daly is knocking at Farthing's back door. And there comes Daly. Daly flanked to his right now, pulls up right beside Farthing as they get ready to make the turn up here. I believe that's the top left-hand side of the track. Oh, and look at this, a cartwheel. Farthing comes off the boat. Daly going over to make sure his teammate's okay. He takes a look at him. He says, "Are you all right? Are you okay?" And then Daly takes back off. Farthing off the boat. He had this pretty much wrapped up. We only had like a minute left to go. And it looks like you see the boat right there on your TV screen. And Farthing getting a tow back to that boat. He is going to lose several positions right here. And that's going to only benefit Noah Skips and Vanjie Ramjeet, possibly Torrey Snyder. Farthing getting back up on the boat. You can tell he's a little bit sore. He's definitely got to be sore. He cartwheeled through that water. I mean, he did about 2-3 somersaults that we could see. Maybe we can, after this race, we got 17 seconds plus a lap to go, but maybe after this race we can get that replay and take a look at that was just a brutal crash. Edworthy, your race leader, and that means I believe that is 105 possibly into that second place position. Possibly. Williams, that would move Williams up to, Smith up to third. So we're taking a look at Edworthy. We're on the final lap right now. The white flag is out. And this has been a long and grueling race for these riders out there getting beat up by this Clearwater surf. Normally, it's slick calm out there. This place is like a pond when we raced here last year. This year, not so much. Mother Nature giving us the stink eye here in Clearwater. C477. Your race leader, and he is on the final lap right now. Jay Edworthy, the Jet X crew is going nuts. As once again, Edworthy looking to go wire to wire. Had a great start off that Le Mans start and really never looked back. And it looked like Farthing was just starting to catch him. Daly pulls up beside him, and Farthing with a miscue comes off the boat, cartwheels across the Gulf of America. So now we're looking at Edworthy up in front. Smith is now in second. Daly in third. Snyder has moved up into fourth spot. So Torrey Snyder really the benefactor of the mayhem out there. Vanjie Ramjeet still in the fifth place position. So Ian Smith able to move through the pack. The Jet X team running 1 and 2 right now on the Sea-Doos. How about that? And here comes Edworthy. I believe getting ready to come down the front straightaway here momentarily. Once again on that final lap. And I believe he has one more chicane before coming down into that front section of the track. And how about it? Jay Edworthy makes the turn. Here he comes, headed toward the checkered flag right now. And it is the Chicken Man. Jay Edworthy, sponsored by Jet X, taking the win. So once again, Jay Edworthy taking the win. You know, the phone rings at the most inopportune times. I'm just going to say that. And it looks like Smith taking second, boat number 126. So the lone Sea-Doos going 1 and 2 out there. How, boy, I tell you, that does not happen too often. Congratulations, Jay Edworthy, Ian Smith, both on JetX Sea-Doos, RXPX 325 models. I'm sure Ryan Daly with a big smile on his face right now as the JetX team. Edworthy will get 25 points for that win right there. Ian Smith will get 20. Christian Daly took a third place. He'll get 17 more points to add to his 25-point total. Tori Snyder will get 15 points, and Ramjeet will get 14 points. So that's the way that they stack up here. We'll try to do a little moto math, let you know what's happening. Obviously, Farthing not in the top 5 right there. But Edworthy with 25 points. That would give him 51 total for the Sheboygan round. And I believe Ramjeet, who had 32, ended up getting another, let me see here, 5th place points, another 14. So that would give him 46 points as far as the total. Tori Snyder, who worked his way back to 4th place, will get 15 points. And that's only going to give him 37 points. So I think he's going to be standing just off of the podium. And I think Ramjeet's going to get up there, and it might be Farthing that rounds out your top 3. As we see Smith now coming in, the Chicken Man, Jay Edworthy, sponsored by Map Tuner, HydroTurf. Of course, JetX, his main sponsors, and him and Smith congratulating each other on being masters of the Sea-Doo universe out there. And you can see them. They're having a Starbucks moment, giving each other thumbs up out there on the track. Once again, Jay getting some support from Dave Bamdis over there at Riva Racing as well. And you can see he's flying the Maple Leaf here in Clearwater this weekend. Sponsored again by JetX.ca. The amateurs will be coming up next, folks, and we'll be right back in just a couple of moments as Edworthy takes a little break there on the boat. We'll be right back after these messages. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Monster Energy P1 AquaX, powered by Short Block Technologies and fueled by our good friends from Cycle Springs. Speaking of Cycle Springs, they got some of the newest offerings from Yamaha Sea-Doo right over here beside announcing. Make sure you go on over there and say hello to Nick and the crew from Cycle Springs Power Sports, located conveniently right here in Clearwater. And remember to support those who support the sport, and nobody does it like Cycle Springs. Well, our final race of, I guess you could say, round number 3, the amateur 300 class. This will be their third and final race. And coming into this one, it is tight in points with boat number 114, Garrett Lofton, and boat number 193, Cooper Caldwell, knotted up at 45 points each. And in the tie for third right now, Klein Glidden and Michael Bouchard. Glidden on 174, Bouchard on boat number 45, both with 32 points. In the fifth spot, we got Josiah Acosta, boat number 333. He currently has 27 points. And boat number 917, Nathan Dolly, I believe, rounding out your top 6. He didn't race, remember. That first race in Sheboygan is he and Northrop had collided. So, unfortunately, Dolly down a couple of points here for the third round, but I'm sure that he's going to be back for round number 4 tomorrow. And glad he had time to heal up, along with boat number 38, Michael Northrop. You also got boat number 908 out of Hudson, Florida. We got Rafael Acosta, boat number 82, originally from the Honduras, now making his home in Columbus, Ohio. That's Jonathan Dent. Boat number 828 is Shelby Warman, and she'll be out there on the Yamaha FX SVHO. Boat number 176, Valentina Lescano, sponsored by the Miami Jet Ski Shop, and she'll be out there on the Sea-Doo. 325 RX PX. Boat number 46 is Todd Sarsinski. Actually, Todd is not here, I believe. Tyler Zolecki was also up there in Sheboygan. I don't believe he's here. David Anderson was in Sheboygan. I don't know if he is here or not. In the amateur 200 class, yeah, we got 3 from the bottom there that did not race. In the 200 class, Caden Baldwin is ripping it up. He's currently perfect for round number 3. And I think he had like a 30-40 point lead coming into that round. So he has done nothing here but extend that lead. Baron Mernick with 37 points and Noah Dolly with 37 points. And that is in the 200 class. As we get set to go, you see Lofton 114. He'll be in pole position, followed by 193. That's Cooper Caldwell. Once again, both tied up at 45 points each. Who is going to own the amateur class for race number 3? Who's going to be standing on top of the box tonight? Once again, awards going to be going on 6:30 to 9 o'clock. That's going to be inside the hotel. As we get set to take off here, I believe we are locked, cocked, and ready to rock and roll. And we're taking a look at Caldwell, who is the points leader coming into the weekend. Had about a 30-point lead coming into this weekend. Lofton, I believe, had 90 points. And he is about 40 points off of the leader. And there we go. The horn is sounded. As you see Klein Glidden getting a good jump right there. Glidden trying to get that Yamaha started. Looks like having just a little problem getting out of the hole right there. And as we watch lap number 1 here, the Monster Energy P1 AquaX Championship. It'll be 30 minutes plus a lap. Once they come back through the start-finish line, we'll go ahead and put them on the clock as we take a look at Caldwell, your points leader. Sponsored by Caldwell Racing, MTI Boats, as well as Monster Energy. Heading into turn number 1. And I believe it's going to be Caldwell, and that's your battle for second right there on the screen. But the way that the glare is hitting it, we can't get any numbers on it right now. But that is 174. Okay, Klein Glidden, who has actually pulled up into that second place position. And Klein coming into this one right here. He was third in the points coming into this one with 32 points. Needs to stay ahead of Michael Bouchard if he wants to make the podium tonight. Once again, your leaders both with a 13-point lead. That is Lofton and Cooper Caldwell. As here come your race leaders, I believe down the front straightaway for the first time. And we'll go ahead and put them on the clock. Out comes Caldwell. Take a look just outside the monitor here, and we're going to make sure that's, that is Cooper Caldwell that is currently in first place. followed by Glidden in second. And trying to get a number there for third place. We'll see if we can't get to two. I believe that it might be Dolly on 917. So I believe that is Nathan Dolly. Noah Dolly representing the 200 class out there for the JetX team. So once again, we are underway with the final race here of the day. Glad everybody could spend a blustery Saturday afternoon and morning with us here. And, you know, it's funny because, you know, we're last race. We probably got, I don't know, maybe, 28 minutes left to go. And the sun is starting to peek out. It's always sunny for awards. Remember that, folks. It's always sunny for awards. If we maybe just raced at night, you know, maybe that's it. We don't start racing until like 3 or 4 o'clock. So we're taking a look at 174 there. Klein Glidden, again, Glidden part of the Monster Energy Farthing Racing Yamaha team. Also sponsored by the Harborview Apartments down there in Georgetown, Grand Cayman. And as I've told you guys before, man, if you guys ever go to Georgetown, you ever go down to Grand Cayman, make sure you check out the Harborview Apartments. Really cheap apartments, and you're right there on Georgetown Harbor. I believe they're only like $150 a night. I mean, it's got complete kitchenettes, everything like that, and as soon as you walk out the door, you're on the beach. So great place to stay. Stay at the Harborview when you go down to Georgetown, Grand Cayman. So we got 28:30 left on the clock as we are taking a look, and I believe that is your battle for first and second right now. Glidden trying to pull up, I believe, or that's your battle for second place, second and third. Glidden still maintaining that second place position, still trying to get a number on that third place boat. And it looks like boat number 114, that's Lofton. So Lofton pulls right up beside Glidden. You can see they're side by side down here, bottom left-hand side of the track as they make the turn. And it's a drag race down the front straightaway. Glidden still winning that drag race, but not by much. As Caldwell's starting to pull ahead just a little bit. And I'm not sure if what happened with Lofton there, but that is Dolly that is also now up there in the mix. There's Lofton. There's Glidden on your TV screen right now. That's Glidden on the right, Lofton on the left-hand side as they get ready to make the turn. And again, it's Nathan Dolly back there in the fourth place position unofficially on boat number 917. And your battle for second still raging on there between Glidden and boat number 114, Lofton. Lofton is not going away, trying to work the inside. Once again, Garrett Lofton, sponsored by VR Racing, as well as Victory Marine. It's on the Ramjeet team as he works his way right to left down that back section of the track right now. And you can see just how close your battle for second place is right there. So once again, we'll go through the top five for you. We've got Cooper Caldwell out in front, Glidden in second, Lofton in third. Boat number 45, Michael Bouchard actually in the fourth spot, followed by Nathan Dolly, rounding out your top five in the 200 class. It's boat number 59, Caden Baldwin is your leader out there. And then we got boat number 706, Noah Dolly, and 297, Baron Mernick. That is how they stand out there. As we near the 26-minute mark. Still a lot of time left to go in this one. And again, while we have the opportunity, we'd like to say a very special thanks to Monster Energy, our title sponsor for the 2025 season. Of course, we are presented by Short Block Technologies and presented locally by Cycle Springs. Big shout out to Mo and all the folks over at SBT. Appreciate them coming out. You got Caden Baldwin, boat number 51, still leading in that AM 200 class. Dolly still in second on the 706, 297. Baron Mernick rounding out your top three. Once again, just closing on 25 minutes left to go here. And glad everybody could stick out and wait out the storm with us, as it was a doozy here this morning. What a way to wake up on a Saturday morning. But it's nothing but sunshine from here on out, as we've got boat number 193, Great race, Jay Edworthy coming up and shaking hands. The Chicken Man taking a win in the pro class and assuring himself a spot on the podium. This will be actually the podium for Sheboygan. We're going to be doing that ceremony tonight, 6:30 to 9 o'clock. That'll be up at the hotel. Big shout out to Sam Nemi. How you doing, Sam, from Broward Motorsports? Sam is in the house, and his lovely wife, Ashley. Howdy, kids. Glad you guys could make it over here to Clearwater. And again, we're taking a look on screen right now at our leader, Cooper Caldwell. And again, Caldwell, both with, he's got a Yamaha and he's got a Sea-Doo in his trailer. So whatever the water conditions are like, that's the boat that he chooses. Again, sponsored by Monster Energy, as well as MTI Boats and Caldwell Racing, as well as Tim Miller Racing. Cooper Caldwell, one of the proteges of Tim Miller, one of our pro class riders, who did very well today. I believe he had two top 5 finishes in the pro class, but we're looking at Cooper right now that is looking to take home that title from Sheboygan here today. And if he stays where he's at, he'll do just that. Lofton would end up second on the podium. Glidden would end up third on the podium. That's if things stay as they are, but we've got over half this race left to go. So still a lot of time left on the ticker here. So once again, we'll go through your top 5 for you. Cooper Caldwell out in front. Glidden still maintaining that second place position, still fending off the charges, being thrown down by Garrett Lofton on the 114. Michael Bouchard, part of the Monster Energy Farthing Racing Yamaha team, back there in the 4th spot. Nathan Daly, JetX team in 5th. Again, Daly coming off of an injury, was on crutches in Sheboygan. Glad to see that he is healthy again and running up in the top 5. Very talented rider, pro snowcross rider as well, Nathan Daly. His younger brother, Noah Daly, currently sitting second in the amateur class. The whole fam damnly comes racing down here at Clearwater. That's what I'm talking about. So once again, now on board there with Lofton, who is trying to reel in Glidden right now. Still battling it out for that second place position. And Glidden doing a good job, not really getting too emotional out there. A lot of times when you see somebody pull up right beside you, that's kind of gets in your head. You start thinking crazy thoughts and making mistakes, but nothing doing for Klein Glidden. He's running steady Eddie out there with just over 22 minutes left. Big shout out to one of my broadcast partners who's listening in from California, Dave Arnold, who's my broadcast partner with the World Grand Prix Tour. Our next stop on that tour will be headed over to Jomtien Beach in Pattaya, Thailand. We invite everybody to join us over there. That, I believe, is going to be December 17th through December 21st. What a way to spend Christmas, huh? So, again, just over 21 minutes left to go. And that's the gap between second and third right now. That is Glidden on the left-hand side of your screen, Lofton on the right-hand side of your screen. And you can see Glidden dropping in down on the front straightaway. And I'll tell you, he ain't got much breathing room right now. No room for mistakes out there, especially in these conditions. Boat's way too hard to reboard. You know, if you have to back off, you have to come out of that throttle just a little bit so you don't crash, and that's what you got to do, because it's the same track for everybody out there right now. And the best thing about this track, it's the never-changing track. So, you know, those of you folks that are used to motocross, maybe our friends over there that run BMX for Monster Energy, you know, you're used to getting in a rut, or if you're on a dirt track, you can get in that same rut, you know where you're at on the track all the time. Well, these guys out here, ever-changing track. You never know where the wave's coming from and when it's going to hit you. So we are looking at 174 once again. That is Klein Glidden. And Glidden having a great day out here today, looking to make the podium. Again, if he stays where he's at, he'll be sitting third on the podium tonight. On top of the podium will be Cooper Caldwell, and Garrett Lofton will be second on the podium. And the 200 class, Caden Baldwin looking to stand atop the podium. It'd be Noah Dolly if things stay as they are. Noah Dolly would be second on the podium tonight, and Baron Mernick, boat number 297, newcomer to P1 Aquacross, would be third on the podium. And Mernick riding on the same team as Cooper Caldwell. They're both sponsored by Monster Energy, Caldwell Racing, Tim Miller Racing, as well as MTI Boats. I love the P1 offshore crossover right there. As again, we are taking a look. I believe that is Baldwin that is up on your screen right now on boat number 59. Once again, he's sponsored by Champion Power Sports out of Sherrills Ford, North Carolina. Good kid. He was all excited and animated during the break today. He was pretty pumped to take that win in moto number, which it would have been moto number 2, race number 1 of the morning here in the amateur classes. Once again, making up 2 races from the Sheboygan event here today, and then tomorrow we're wiping the slate clean, and it's round number 4 of our Monster Energy P1 Aquacross, powered by SBT and fueled by our good friends at Cycle Springs. Well, things starting to clear out just a little bit here in Clearwater. The Clearwater we came to this morning is not the normal Clearwater for those of you folks that came from out of town. And we're promising you better weather throughout the evening and tomorrow. We're taking a look on screen right now. Sea-Doo pilot Nathan Dolly, boat number 917. As he makes the turn right here, center of the track, gets ready to head on to that chicane, center middle section of the track, and heading on to the north side of the track as we view it here from the P1 Aquacross pit area. Once again, points when they came into this one, Garrett Lofton, Cooper Caldwell, both with 45 points. Caldwell with a pretty big lead right now. And the battle right now for second and third, Glidden is winning that battle, but Glidden with 32 points coming into this one, not going to be enough to take a spot away from Lofton. So again, it'd be Caldwell, Lofton, and Glidden, 1, 2, 3 on the podium tonight. That's if things stay as they are. We are just over 8 minutes. 8 minutes left to go. And we've got Cooper Caldwell, 193 out in front, 174 Glidden in second, 114 Lofton in third, Bouchard on boat number 45. He's back there in the 4th spot, 917 Dolly in 5th, and that's the way they stack up 1 through 5 here, again with just over 7.5 minutes plus a lap to go. By the way, again, I'd like to remind everybody, don't forget the final round of the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross Series and final round of the P1 Monster Energy P1 Offshore Triple Crown. That's going to be going on September 6th and 7th up at the St. Pete Pier. So we invite everybody to join us up there, pier side, on the back side of the pier. That's where you're going to get your best viewing angle from. Taking a look at one of our 2 women out there on the screen right now. That is Valentina Liscano out of Miami, Florida, sponsored by the Miami Jet Ski Shop. Also sponsored by Short Block Technologies, our presenting sponsor for the 2025 season. The yellow flags are out, and it looks like you got a rider. Actually, it wasn't a rider. That was a marshal that looked like he was fixing one of the big marshmallow buoys out there. So that was the reason for the yellow flag. I don't believe we have any riders down out there on the track, but just protecting his fellow marshal while they work on that buoy and try to get it to stand straight up once again. So again, here in the amateur class, very different from what we've seen in the pro class. In the amateur class, we've got 8 Sea-Doos out there and only 6 Yamahas. Whereas in the pro class, we had 2 Sea-Doos and 10 Yamahas out there. So a little bit different here in the amateur class, and we're taking a look at amateur 200. It's still Caden Baldwin, your leader, and Caden on the Yamaha GP 1900 has his Baron Mernick. Mernick currently sitting in third, Dolly second, Dolly on the Yamaha FXHO. And I would have probably guessed that Dolly probably made a good decision there going with the FXHO. A little heavier boat, going to keep him glued to the water a little bit. We're taking a look at Dolly on the track right now, boat number 706. black and yellow Yamaha that you see working right to left down that back section of the track. Again, time starting to tick away here for the final race of round number 3, we'll call it. Round number 4 coming up tomorrow. And I believe we'll be going live, right around 9 o'clock tomorrow morning? 10 o'clock. Okay, we're going live at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. So for those of you folks that are watching in on the Monster Energy P1 AquaX live stream, we've got 5 minutes, just less than 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 30 seconds plus a lap as it came back up. Michael Northrup, glad to see him back out there. He was, him and Dolly, involved in that accident in Sheboygan. Both of them took an ambulance ride to the hospital. Both of them came out on crutches. No broken bones, though, glad to say, and they both have healed up. So these couple of weeks have given these kids a little bit of time to heal up as we go back on board with Caden Baldwin, who is leading in that amateur 200 class. And Baldwin just having a field day out there today. 50 points. He has been perfect so far in round number 3. And he will definitely have the bullseye on his back come tomorrow, as he'll come into tomorrow, I believe, with over a 40-point lead with only 2 rounds left to go. So with 2 rounds left to go, that would mean 6 races. You got the opportunity to get 150 more points. Again, 25 points for a win, 20 for second, 17 for third. I believe it goes down to 14. Then it goes 12. And then 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As we take a look at Baldwin, his riding style, kind of using his knees there as shock absorbers. Not really sitting down on the boat, but still kind of in that attack position. And you can see he's working his way through some lap traffic. Back out to the 300 class. It's still Caldwell with a healthy lead out there on boat number 193, followed by Glidden and Lofton, who are still battling it out for that second place position. Glidden winning that battle right now. Bouchard and Dolly 4th and 5th respectively. Under 3 left to go, plus a lap, as we see Cooper Caldwell come down that front straightaway and pass the start-finish line. And I'm just trying to gauge what type of lead he has over second place. Now, second place is on boat number 174. I believe that was Glidden right there. There's Lofton now coming through. So about, I would say, probably a 12 to 13 second lead right now for Cooper Caldwell, who is pretty much kind of put it in cruise control here with under 2.5 minutes left to go on the clock. Once again, don't forget we are going to be doing the Celebrity Challenge, the Monster Energy Celebrity Challenge Awards, and the Sheboygan Awards tonight. That'll be going on 6:30 to 9 o'clock. I believe that is going to be in the beach room. Don't quote me on that, but I'm sure that they'll put it out on the P1 AquaX Facebook page where exactly we're going to be. And once again, this is your battle for second. It's out there on the track right now, and that is still Glidden winning that battle on boat number 174. Lofton doing everything he can to try to get around him, and Glidden just not letting it happen. As we pan out a little bit, maybe we could see the gap. There's the gap, between second and third. That's Lofton in the center of your screen right now. Boat number 114. There's Glidden right there on the top left-hand side of your screen. So once again, only a couple seconds between first and second place as they head up to the, I believe that's the top left-hand side of the track as we view it here from the pit area. So once again, closing in on 1 minute plus a lap. These lap times have been this afternoon, probably closer to 1:30 this afternoon. This morning, it was just gnarly out there. Lap times were literally 2 minutes here in the amateur class. So you can see your race leaders getting past some back markers out there on the track. For those of you who are watching in on the live stream, we sure do appreciate you. Don't forget, we're going live again tomorrow. Should be just before 10 a.m., starting at 10 a.m. So make sure that 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, you're right in front of your big screen TV. Cooper Caldwell, still your race leader out there. Klein Glidden still in second, Lofton in third, Bouchard in fourth, Dolly in fifth. So no lead changes that last time around. 193, 174, 114, 45, and 917. The white flag will come out on the next lap. That's the word from headquarters that we are getting. And look at this. Once again, Lofton pulling right up beside Glidden. They are side by side, deck to deck, rail to rail. And let's see if Lofton can close the deal as he works his way. They work their way onto the right-hand side of the track. That's Glidden on the inside. Lofton slams the door shut. Here comes Glidden again. Glidden gooses the throttle, moves back into second place. We got a great battle going on for second here with no time left on the clock and the white flag coming out the next time around. So once again, some almighty overall season points they're battling for here too, not just for the Sheboygan round. As we take a look at Lofton there on boat number 114. So Lofton and Glidden really battling it out for that second place position. Awesome racing going on here. You can see Glidden just in front, but not by much. And he is holding on by the hair of his chinny chin, and he takes a look around. And I'm not sure, Lofton backed off the gas just a little bit when they went into that turn. That gives Glidden just a little bit of breathing room. As I'm still waiting for Caldwell to come around here. And he should be collecting the white flag this time around. Here, I believe here comes Caldwell. Out comes the white flag as he gets ready to come through the start-finish line. And here he comes right now. Got a couple back markers in front of him, working left to right in front of announcing right here. We are on the final lap, the final race from the Sheboygan round. Tomorrow, we're wiping the slate clean. We're starting all over again. Don't forget awards tonight, 6:30 to 9:30. And there's your battle for second down the front straightaway right now. You can see just how close they are with Glidden 174, about a second and a half in front of Lofton on boat number 114. Again, Lofton sponsored by Victory Marine and VR Racing. Glidden sponsored by Monster Energy, Yamaha, Harborview Apartments, and Farthing Racing. One of two amateurs on the Farthing Racing team. The other amateur that's on the Farthing Racing team is Michael Bouchard. Bouchard, I believe, still currently sitting in that fourth place spot. So both of the amateurs that race for Farthing, both of them in the top five right now. Dolly still in the fifth place position out there on the JetX.ca Sea-Doo. And Caldwell, again, with only about a half lap to go. Your race leader, and there's second place on your screen right now. Klein Glidden getting a lot of airtime here in this one with him and Lofton battling it out. I know my friends down there in the Cayman Islands are going nuts right now. Seth Watler and his crew down there at Siwa. And Klein, one of the heroes on the island. You know, one of the things I like about Klein Glidden, I'm going to tell you this. I'm just going to go out on a limb here. What he does when he goes down there and he races in the Cayman Islands, every race, the money that he wins, he gives to a local charity. In the last race last weekend, he gave it to the Cayman Islands Cancer Society. So just a true class act out there on boat number 174. So Caldwell should be getting ready to make that turn. I see Dolly coming through the start-finish line, and he is in fifth place. And you can see just how far that Caldwell got out in front. I believe he's got one more turn to go before this victory is in the books for Cooper Caldwell, again sponsored by Monster Energy, as well as Caldwell Racing. And here he comes down the front straightaway and through the start-finish line he goes. Congratulations once again to Cooper Caldwell, who takes the win. Got a back marker coming in right behind him as Caldwell, he's like stretches his back, and Glidden takes second place. He is able to hold off the charges. I know that you guys didn't see the finish, but I just poked over the monitor here. Glidden came in about a second and a half in front of Lofton. So a great battle there for second place the last several laps as we hone in on Klein Glidden, who is congratulating your race winner, Cooper Caldwell, out there. And talking to third place, Garrett Lofton. As you can see, the top three all in the frame right there. So some great racing going on out there in the amateur class. And hopefully we can duplicate tomorrow what we did today. Again, special thanks to the entire P1 Aquacross team here this weekend. I know that things get rough, man, when these conditions get hairy like they were this morning. Things get rough. Everybody gets a little on edge. But there's boat number 59, Caden Baldwin, who took a first place in the 200 class. As we take a look at Caden right there, sponsored by Riva Racing, as well as Champion Power Sports out of Sherrills Ford, North Carolina. And a big shout out to his mom and dad, Brian and Miss Miranda, who are watching on from the pits. So Caden Baldwin, congratulations, winner in the 200 class. I believe it was Dolly taking second in the 200 class on boat number 706, and Baron Marinick taking a third place in the 200 class. As we take a look, here are your results in your provisional results in the amateur runabout 300 class. 193, Cooper Caldwell will take 25 points to the top of the podium tonight. Klein Glidden will take 20 points. He'll be third on the podium tonight. Sitting second on the podium tonight will be 114, Garrett Lofton, who took a third in this race right here. Michael Bouchard with a fourth, and Nathan Dolly rounding out your top five. And once again, I'd like to say a very special thanks to Monster Energy, Short Block Technologies, Cycle Springs, as well as Yamaha, ICOM Communications, HydroTurf, Fly Racing, Jet Pilot, Riva Racing, our friends here at the Sheraton Sand Key. Thank you very much. Again, awards 6:30 tonight for the Sheboygan round and our Monster Energy Celebrity Race. As we take a look here, our provisional top three in the 200 class, just as we called it, Caden Baldwin, Baron Marinick, and Noah Dolly, 1, 2, and 3. So Baldwin extending a huge points lead that he has already. Congratulations, Caden Baldwin. Well, folks, I believe that is going to do it here from the Sheraton at Sand Key. We're glad everybody could tune in and watch the final two races from round number 3, as well as the Monster Energy Celebrity Race here at P1 Aquacross. For all of our folks here at P1, my name is Mike Young, saying so long, folks. We'll see you in the pits.